right, so that's fine. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I knew what to expect.
Oh, yeah.
It's a nice one.
Good evening, everybody. I think we're all set. Councilman Pentelo, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And this is the Monday council meeting. This is the workshop meeting for Monday, December 6th. Sue, if you would do us the honor of attendance tonight.
Councillor Biggs?
Present.
Councillor Forrest?
Here.
Councillor Hill?
Here.
Councillor Lesser?
Here.
Councillor O'Connor?
Here.
Councillor Pelletier? Here. Councillor Pentelo?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Mazzarella?
Here.
Mayor Rell?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. We do have some workshop items before us tonight. As you guys see in the packet, there are 3 of them tonight, and we do have some folks here to talk to us tonight about these. We know the Kycia Farms survey that was done during the month of October had been presented by a number of folks, including the Kycia Farm Committee. And I believe we do have some representatives here tonight to speak on their results of the study that had been put forth by the University of Hartford.
Mr. Mayor, we're going to wait for the University of Hartford
Oh,
students
that's
to
right.
come, and they will they have finals this week, so everybody be in sympathy with them. So we probably will not be able to talk about that topic till about 8-ish, but I'll let
Okay.
you know when they walk in.
Gotcha. I see the chairwoman here. I didn't know if you wanted to present anything, but we'll wait for those students to get back. We do have Kate Forcier to talk about the community development block grants. This is for the repairs it's actually more than just the repairs. It's I guess a brief history of the funds and the town's use of those funds, and then you'll get into the talk of the Fuller home Fuller facility as we go through that. So you're on.
Good evening, Mayor Rell, council members, Bonnie. For those who don't know me, my name is Kate Forcier. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Authority of the Town of Wethersfield, and I want to thank you for hearing me tonight. The town currently holds, to my understanding, about $86,000 in CDBG program income funds. They were derived from an earlier use of the CDBG program when about 12 years ago, the town had a program where it offered low-interest loans to low-income homeowners in town to do renovations on their house. And money comes back in through that program. Those monies can either be spent for that original purpose or for like a rehab project like the Housing Authority intends to apply for. In the meantime, nobody can apply for another CDBG grant without these program funds being spent down. In 2019, when we made an attempt to get funds for the same project, those funds being in existence and not spent lost points on the application. Wasn't the only reason, but the funds need to be spent if another grant is going to be applied for. And the Housing Authority would like to apply for the complete renovation either in the spring of 22 or 23, depending upon how long the process we're in right now takes. So the Housing Authority would like to spend these program income funds that the town has for 2 reasons. The first is fairly nominal in cost, probably less than $5,000, to provide an engineering report that the State Department of Housing has requested to show the reason for the problem that we're having, and I'll explain that in a minute, and a permanent solution to that. Because they're only providing funding if they believe that your property can then become self-sufficient for 20-plus years. We have a capital needs assessment, and it shows with this influx of money, not the program income money, but the grant money, that it could be self-sufficient. But we have a rather large problem. The other part of the program income money would just be to carve out a piece of the scope of that bigger project to spend down the program income money. So the problem lies in the fact that originally this building, this is the Harvey Fuller Apartments up on 31 Butler Street, it was first a town school, Valley Crest Elementary School. I attended half a second grade there. It was built in 1956, the main hallway and the north wing, and then in 58, the south wing and a kindergarten wing were built. It was converted to elderly housing in 1986, and when that happened, they abandoned the in-slab heating system, series of pipes that run throughout every space, and they just used baseboard electric heat, as the state does in all their elderly housing. So now what we've had in the last 15 years is deterioration of that plumbing that's in the slab. It's rusting, and it's expanding, and it's buckling the concrete, and the apartment floors have tile directly put on that slab. So as that slab buckles, it's buckling the tiles and creating slip, trip, fall hazards for elderly people and disabled people. We've been repairing them as we can. It's very expensive because the mastic associated with certain color tiles has asbestos. And there are a lot of areas that need attention. They haven't risen to the level yet of buckling and causing a slip, trip, fall, but they will. They're already cracking the tiles, so it's only a matter of time before that continues to rust and deteriorate. So the State Department of Housing has asked us, as a condition of applying for an additional grant, to have an engineering report to determine the cause of this problem and a permanent solution. We initially thought there might have been water left in the pipes when it was just cut off at the slab. That doesn't really appear to be the case. We've dug a couple 12-inch round holes in the cement down to the dirt. There's no vapor barrier underneath the slab, so that obviously will let some groundwater in. There's also seems to be another problem that might contribute in that the slab was supposed to be poured 3 inches of concrete, a 1.5-inch pipe put on top, and 3 more inches of concrete on top. But if you see did everybody get these packets? Mm-hmm. You can see in the photos that the pipe is actually very close to the surface. So the other question is whether the floor tiles and the mastic are acting as a vapor barrier, but above this, trapping the water in there. So we still have a few more holes in the concrete to dig to make comparisons of areas that aren't buckling, to look at an area that's never had tile, and to look at another part of the building, the S-wing, that has not had any problems. So right now, it's still kind of up in the air as to what the engineer will decide the permanent cause is and what the solution is to it. But that's what the investigation is about, and we hope to remedy it when we apply for permanent CDBG funds.
Okay. Any questions? And that is these would be the new CDBG funds that you're applying for?
That would be to resolve the issue. The program income money is to complete this investigation, get the engineer to write a report, and then because the program income funds have to be spent down anyways, to carve out a small portion of, because the renovation project is not just the flooring, even though that's the biggest part of it. There are some other components in the scope to make this building be able to stand on its own for the next 20-plus years. So we would just carve out a piece of that to spend down the program income money.
Gotcha. Okay. Any questions for Kate? Councilwoman Pelletier.
So I have a question about so the original purpose of the CDBG funds was, as you said, to give no-interest loans to, low-income people to repair their houses. And that hasn't been used for that purpose for a while, and the income has been repaid as those people have either sold their houses or passed away. So do we have to give the Department of Housing, can we just repurpose this money on our own, or do we have to give them notice, or do they need to give their approval to change, the purpose of the funds?
They do have to give their approval. Bonnie's got a public notice going in, I believe, sometime this week, and then there's a 15-day comment
There's a
period.
15-day notification period that people can ask questions or make comments. So it will have to come back to you, your first meeting in January, for an official vote by resolution. That has to then go to the state authorizing the money, at this point, just that $5,000 to be spent of the program income to investigate. And then we'll have to go back to the Department of Housing with that report, and then they're going to have to take a look at it, and then we're going to have to come back again, and if they approve, look for the remainder of the money to be utilized to actually do the work.
Well, it actually was the Department of Housing staff that told me we should spend the money for the engineering report and spend the remainder of the program income funds in one fell swoop application for the constructions, minor construction.
Correct, and then we could start applying for any new money.
Correct.
And I know Kate had mentioned there was like 80-something thousand. There's 103,000 I just found out.
Okay.
So, it's like there's a lot of money sitting there.
Yeah. Mary, and the town's consultant that has been procured in the past, because they were part of the CDBG projects altogether, they will prepare the application for the change of use to the Department of Housing. And then the Department of Housing obviously has to approve that. Then that money can be spent. Hopefully it can all happen prior to a full CDBG application date.
Okay. I'm just thinking, I have no problem with this 5,000 going toward this. I think this is, that's great. But for the larger amount, would that just get deducted from what you would otherwise be able to apply for? You know what I mean?
It would, but like I told you a couple minutes ago, the first meeting about this actually involved both the State Department of Housing and CHFA, the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority. They work in conjunction on these applications. And it may go beyond the scope of a CDBG grant into needing additional funds, especially because CHFA wants us to add to the scope of work a generator for that building. I don't know to what extent they want it to power. Is it just community space and electricity, or is it full heat? So I don't know what the cost of that would be to add on. So yeah, it would be a minor deduction, and that generator probably is a much bigger add.
Okay. And Bonnie, do you know why the prior program stopped being administered?
No, the only thing I heard is that Manager Bridges was the one who stopped. What I think, and I don't know this for a fact, is that it was difficult to implement that program because you had to get 3 bids, and then the homeowners, all the onus was on the homeowners. They couldn't get the 3 bids. Sometimes they'd only get 2. Then we'd run into contractor issues, and then, it was a hard program to implement. So I have a feeling Manager Bridges probably said, you know what, let's work with the Housing Authority and get those projects up to snuff and not do this other housing rehab anymore.
Well, I know that Jeff told me that there were no other applications from homeowners to pursue this, but yes, it is a much harder program, because if you gave a homeowner $100,000, 10 homeowners $100,000 versus giving me $1 million, which you're not doing, For me, that's one set of paperwork, one set of management of that project. But for the other program, that's 10 complete sets, and it is very complex.
Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, it's a complex process, I understand that, but if we commit money to your program, does that mean we can never go back to the original?
No,
You can go back.
no, at any point that you don't allow me to apply for funds, it could be because you want to restart that program.
You know, and
So
the
that-
town itself could apply, go back to that housing rehab program and apply for 100 grand. I'm making up a number.
I think from what I understand of the program, the best part of the housing rehab program for residents is that the town actually gets that money back when the property's sold. Whereas with the housing authority, we'll never see those funds again.
Correct.
Expended.
But there can only be one application a year. I mean, when I apply, it's really you applying on the housing authority's behalf, and the town can only put one application in a year.
Okay.
This will be my last one, if we're allowed to do it, just so you know, because then I'll be retiring. And also, all of the housing authority properties will have been fully renovated, with the exception of the two-story brick building at 55 Lancaster, which nobody wants to fund.
One more question. You had other projects. You have the generator, the floor. There's other rehab parts of this project?
Yes, updating the electrical panels, new ductless heat pumps. There's a half a dozen, 10 different items in that scope. Hold on.
I mean, this floor issue seems to me like a huge problem where,
It is.
you know, they could very easily come back and say, you have to remove the entire slab,
Which is impossible.
which is impossible with the residents there and the way the rooms are divided up. That's possible, though.
Well, what I'm getting from the architect and engineer right now is that because this problem has been ongoing for so long, and they're hoping to prove it with these further tests, if in, for instance, the S-wing that hasn't had any problems, perhaps we'll find that the pipe is down where it's supposed to be, so that's the problem. Perhaps we'll find that the tile is the issue. I don't know what we're going to find that the issue is, and that will tell us. I mean, there's no way that the whole slab can be taken up, especially because of how the renovation from school to elderly housing was done. For instance, in a hallway where there were 4 classrooms on each side, there's 5 or 6 apartments on each side now. So before, the piping very clearly ran within a classroom, so it didn't go underneath the walls. Now, I mean, we know it goes between the walls, between the kitchen, the living room, and the bathroom, but now we've discovered that it goes between apartments. So there's no way you can replace the whole slab. But the engineer is thinking that we have probably seen, because we're not seeing new spots, we're seeing existing spots deteriorate further. So his thought is that we may have already seen all the areas that are problematic, and that the scope of this work will be to address all of them.
Thank you.
But we're hoping. But until we get the engineer's report, we don't know for sure.
Councilman Lesser?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kate, for all the work you do, good work you do for the Housing Authority. I have 2 quick questions. One, do you know how many folks live at the Harry Fuller Apartments? And 2, is this a safety issue?
Harvey Fuller has 32 apartments. There's probably 1 or 2 people that have a spouse. So 32 to 34 people live there. But it's still 32 units of affordable housing for Weathersfield that we don't certainly want to lose. Is it a hazard? It can be when it buckles the concrete and buckles the tile. When that happens, we have hired people to come in to remedy certain areas. It's just too expensive for the housing authority, based on the low rents that we collect, to do this whole repair by ourselves.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions for Kate while we have her? Okay,
Thank you very much for hearing me.
thank you, Kate. Next, we have Titan Energy. I believe I saw Adam here earlier. This is something that was brought to both the town manager and myself a couple weeks ago about a new type of power generation or supplemental power generation, which ultimately, if Mr. Teff talks about it, could possibly save the town some energy consumption as well as obviously cost savings.
He's just giving him the USB.
Yep. And do we need to bring down the?
Yeah, I don't know how to do it.
I can figure it out as we.
Derek will know how to do it. There's a button somewhere. Kathy, do you know how to put the screen down?
No, I think I.
I don't. We're gonna make him a projectionist.
All-purpose.
Self-service right here.
It's all-purpose there.
Program with remote. Oh, yes. This is the hardest part.
What?
Turn the projector on.
Oh,
Is there a remote?
Derek can help some if we need it.
You always miss the remote. It's mean the kids put it somewhere or the dog took it.
Kids gave it to the dog.
In the meantime, I can get started if that's helpful for everybody. Okay, cool. Thank you, Mayor Rell, for inviting me in today. I really appreciate it. I'm Adam Teff from Titan Energy. Titan is the energy procurement partner for CCM, so we have a good, solid track record working with Wethersfield on energy-related issues. In the past, my role at Titan has been focusing on on-site generation opportunities. So typically that's solar, fuel cells, and now battery storage is kind of the third phase of that. So we're always keeping our ear to the ground for good energy projects for municipalities that drive down costs, create revenue generation opportunities, kind of help put you on the cutting edge of whatever program the state puts out, because the vast majority of these programs that come from the state, whether it's rooftop solar, fuel cell, community solar, et cetera, and now battery storage, they're all designed, I think, to a certain extent to benefit municipalities, either by the way that the legislation's written or just by the way that the economic values play out. I think a lot of times they're really well suited to folks that aren't going anywhere anytime soon. So if you're contemplating a longer term agreement with a vendor, a 10-year deal doesn't necessarily scare anybody. And there's always opportunities to save money across virtually every municipality. So as I said, we always like to make sure that we're raising our hand and offering a procurement service for these types of technologies for municipalities that think it might be of value for them. So I'll kind of skip right to the heart of this for the sake of time. So the service that we offer, again, as an energy procurement partner for CCM that was selected out of an RFP to represent CCM members. Our job running RFPs for projects, it's a tried and true process, very straightforward for us. It all comes down to evaluating data, utility bills, understanding, as thoroughly what's going on at each facility, what the cost structure is. That helps us identify opportunities for, either cost reduction or just general applicability for the technologies that we're focused on at the time. Followed by performing a building audit, making sure that, as we're running that process, we're bringing in vendors to come evaluate each site, evaluate the utility bills that we have, and really, put their best foot forward through that RFP process. And then moving to the proposal analysis phase, that's when, we would review the bids, put it into a report that everybody could understand, help quantify the benefits, make sure that everything that's being presented is realistic and achievable. And then if a vendor is selected through the process that we run, move to the project implementation phase, and then measure and verify the savings afterward. So it's really a start to finish solution that accounts for everything from the utility bill review all the way up to working with Eversource to make sure the system's turned on and operating as it's supposed to. So now, everybody in this room is probably familiar with rooftop solar to some extent. The utilities over the last 10 years have done, I would say, a pretty good job working with state legislators to put together programs that have been very beneficial from an environmental perspective and a cost-saving perspective. So the next phase of that, again, is we kind of move into, what technologies are becoming more applicable, where have the costs been driven down, where they become economical for what would be a smaller scale project, like one that would suit municipalities. We're at that stage now where battery storage is really the next phase of that. And I think it's just helpful to really quickly explain the idea behind battery storage in very, very simple terms, because I think a lot of times people are under the assumption that it's a form of backup power, like emergency generation, but it's really meant as a cost-saving tool to shift energy consumption from on-peak times to off-peak times. Most of the larger rate classes with Eversource, they charge on a time-of-use basis. So your on-peak hours are, generally speaking, about 30 to 40 times more expensive than your off-peak. So if you can charge the battery at night when energy is cheap, discharge it during the day when energy is expensive, you lower your Eversource cost that way. And without getting too much into the technical nitty-gritty, it's really just a shift from expensive times to cheap times a day. And of course, that begs the question, why would a third-party developer want to come in and install one of these things on our property if we're not paying anything for it and all we're getting is savings? And the reason is because Eversource and the state have created this program for battery storage where they want to see 50 megawatts of new storage on the grid over the next 3 years. A project like the one for Weathersfield, that represents about 1% of that total or so. And the program begins January 1st. It's kind of anybody's guess how much of a mad dash it's going to be to get in line first. But we'd like to try to be positioned on the front line of that as much as possible. But whoever wins this bid is going to be installing this battery really for one reason, which would be to discharge it at certain times of the year to earn revenue from the utility. And the reason that the program is incentivizing private developers to come in and do this is that if you're the grid operator, your concerns are mostly about the peak. So if you can handle the peak, times a day, times of the year, you can basically handle anything else. But one of the major concerns for grid operators, whether it's ISO New England, who kind of sits up here, or Eversource, and then just ratepayers, is grid reliability. You hear worst case scenarios of rolling blackouts, brownouts, and things like that in other states, and that really is a result of when the grid can't handle all the demand at one time during the peak times. So much like the state did with solar, where they said, okay, we want to set some goals because we want to see more renewable energy on the grid. How are we going to do it? We're going to incentivize private companies to come in, build these arrays, own and operate them, send power back to the grid, and we'll get to our 40% renewable, 50% renewable by 2030, whatever goal it happens to be at the time. It creates jobs, it helps solve problems that the grid's facing. And a lot of times the folks that can benefit from these things are municipalities. That is not, okay, I thought that was me. So whoever wins this bid, as I said, they're going to be paid to operate this asset. And in the meantime, in the background, as it operates, it'll reduce the charges from Eversource that, in my opinion, the high school is the one good candidate in town. And I base that on the utility bill review, and also these economics here are from a comparable project from another municipal school that we've done recently, where similar size, similar load profile, and it's a combination of benefits for this particular school. It's a lease payment, so there's a revenue stream associated with it that's paid every year for 10 years. And I would just add that this annual lease payment of $15,000 in the contract that has a provision that if the current Build Back Better legislation passes without too much tweaking, there is an investment tax credit applicable to storage projects that if that's included in the legislation that ultimately gets signed, that would bump to $25,000 a year. But if that legislation fails or the ITC gets stripped from it, then you're at the 15 baseline. And then demand and then capacity savings, those are on your Eversource bill. So between the two, about $40,000 a year in annual benefit. Again, for allowing a third party to own and operate a battery on the footprint of the school. This particular system here is actually about twice as large as the one that would be suitable for the high school. So just to give some frame of reference, you're probably looking at about 200 square foot total footprint, not just for the equipment, but for access, concrete pad, and all that good stuff. So the other important thing just to mention is that these programs, again, the idea is no out-of-pocket expense for the town or school district. Use the technologies that are at our fingertips here to try to help manage and lower costs. And we'll make sure that the project gets done right if you want to work with us. And that's really the extent of it. If the town decides to work with Titan to put the RFP out, then we would go and get vendor proposals, at which time I ultimately would do the analysis and then presumably come back in front of you, walk you through the results. And that would be really when there would come time for a decision of sorts. There's no obligation to move forward with the project if we do the RFP and the results don't come back as exciting or not enough to move the needle for everybody. So we're still in that exploratory phase. The only time a firm commitment would be due is if you select a vendor and you choose to move forward, there'd be a lease agreement because you're basically leasing the footprint for the equipment at the school. And that would be where all the T's and C's are ironed out. But it's a seamless, kind of hands-off, much like rooftop solar. Once it's there, it does its thing. You don't really think about it again. This is a similar concept, only you'd have something sitting on the ground instead of on the roof. So that is my presentation. I'd happily take any questions if people have any.
Thank you, Adam. Councilman Forrest.
Thanks, Mayor. Welcome, Adam.
Thanks.
Glad you're starting to have this conversation. We've been actually talking about this for a little bit, kind of concepts like this. In particular, it seems like you're presenting sort of the battery end of this, the storage and the movement from one load factor in a time of day to another load factor in a time of day. I'm interested in combining that with a much more comprehensive look for our town, which would include generation, especially using the assets that we have in this town that we just particularly own, along with the battery storage. Is that the type of project that Titan Energy is able to handle, or are you really just looking for this particular battery storage aspect of it?
It's a good question, and we do, so I manage Titan Gen, the division of Titan that's responsible for on-site and off-site generation, but anything generation related. We have an efficiency side of the company that is focused on lowering your energy use. Typically for schools and town buildings, that's building envelope, heating, cooling, lighting. So between addressing your consumption and then how the energy is produced, that's really a comprehensive solution that we're able to offer. I guess I view my role as somebody who, when we see an opportunity for a municipality that's part of CCM that we work with, I'll raise my hand and say, look here, I've got an idea for you. What do you think? and, you know, usually that excites a conversation that leads to, you know, other projects, but this is just one in particular that I think could be a good fit. Of course, there are, you know, a number of different ways that we can go about casting kind of a wider net, but I would leave that just for, you know, you folks to tell me how comprehensive you'd want to be in a.
Does Titan Energy have the capability in order to have what some municipalities are looking at now, which is the electrification of things, or the transfer over from a hydrocarbon-based energy platform over to an electrical-based energy platform?
So I would say you're only, when I think of that concept, I'm thinking mostly, you know, sort of migrating away from using oil and gas like for heating purposes, right?
I'm talking about a comprehensive concept, and I
yeah.
was just looking for your expertise in whether Titan Energy is sort of limited, for lack of a better term, to this battery energy storage. I also know that you guys do procurement of electricity, which is just the deregulation, open market purchase.
Yep.
That's sort of more of a finance concept tool. But now we're talking about building things, and you being the lead project manager for a municipality in this particular area. So I'm looking and I'm asking, what is your expertise in a more comprehensive electrification when we're talking about solar generation, other generation, and not just battery storage, and then putting them all together?
Sure. So there are instances where, like, maybe a good analog for this would be the work that we're doing right now in the city of West Haven. Part of that project, you know, was on-site generation related, so we were doing rooftop solar and storage, and they have a fuel cell at the wastewater plant. But also, the approach we took there was from an energy conservation point of view, again, the lighting, mechanicals, building envelope, making sure that consumption was as low as it could possibly be. I think when I hear electrification, what I hear mostly there is, you know, addressing the areas where fossil fuels are being consumed, and that could even extend down to the fleet of vehicles from town hall, or from town, converting to electric and that sort of thing. We do extensive work with EV charging as well, so if there's interest in creating infrastructure in town for that, I would say that that's the most common work we do. So addressing the energy consumption, introducing ways to create your own energy with technologies like fuel cells and solar and things like that, storage and EV chargers. That's how I kind of view what we do, if you're thinking more comprehensively. Not unlike a performance contract style approach. I'm not sure if that answers your question or not.
Yeah, close.
Close.
Do you have the capability of creating comprehensive electrification plans for municipalities? Have you guys done that? Do you have experience in doing that?
I'll be honest with you, I've never had a municipality ask me for a comprehensive electrification plan.
Okay.
The request that we get is, and which is what we're well suited to do, is how do we reduce our consumption as much as humanly possible and financially responsibly, of course, and then create the balance of that with renewable energy like solar and fuel cells and storage and things like that.
Do you guys have experience in the creation of like solar farms, you know, sort of larger scale, almost utility scale, electrical generation through the use of solar?
Yep, and that's one of the items that the mayor and I have talked about a few times. One of the limiting factors in Wethersfield, unfortunately, is open space, right? So the way that the program rules are now written, you can build a large-scale ground-mounted array in town and then distribute the energy. You basically convert the energy to dollars, then you distribute those throughout Eversource bills. It's called virtual net metering.
Yep.
The town has to own the parcel. So the towns where we're more focused on those types of projects are the ones that have capped landfills, other brownfields, or in certain situations like South Windsor, as a for instance, we're building a large rooftop solar array, but then using that to create credits that would be distributed through other accounts. So ground-mounted solar, large scale, which in Connecticut is probably, we'll define, 5 megawatts in that range. we do that kind of work all the time. It's just a question of, do you have a place for it?
Sure. Can I virtual net meter the entire electricity requirements for the town of Weathersfield, or is there a cap on that?
So the rules say, per project, you can select 5 beneficial accounts. So what tends to happen in that case, just thinking of another example here, Stonington, they have an exceptionally large landfill and a number of schools and actually 3 wastewater plants in town. So that's a nice fit. We can basically have one array, what'll probably end up being split into 2 on one parcel, but we can send big chunks of dollars to those 5 accounts. Where it gets problematic, again, another case in point for a project we're working on now, Mansfield. They have a nice landfill, but they've got a ton of small accounts. So what do you do with that?
So can we not administratively just combine the accounts into one giant Weathersfield account? We pay it through one account? Is that a problem? Is that what
Eversource, for all of their, how do I say this nicely? They won't let that happen. Yeah, I mean, they keep a really tight grip on, I mean, even consolidated, here's another, consolidating meters at one location can sometimes be problematic with Eversource. They've got their arms wrapped pretty tight around how the programs function and how folks can meter, which, again, it's kind of frustrating, but I just view it as, well, they write the rules, I just got to play by the rules.
Yep. Now, you talked about the capacity payments that we could get for having the capacity. Could we also use the capacity if the town went dark? We actually have the battery backup to use for ourselves?
So this type of application is designed to run for about 4 hours at a clip. And it's powered by the grid. So if the grid goes down, you're not going to be able to power the battery, unfortunately. And since it only has 4 hours of discharge, it would be more expensive to set it up as a backup system than you would get in terms of benefit from it. So it's really a cost-saving tool only.
If it's not really used to power the location that it's at, could it be anywhere then? It doesn't have to be at the high school?
Well,
Or similar?
it is, basically the idea is to curtail load, and the way, again, the program's set up, it has to be at a location that has the load to support what you're curtailing. So another way to say that is, if you had an open field somewhere, could you put one of these in the field?
Sure.
Unfortunately, no. It would make our job a lot easier for sure. But it wouldn't qualify for the Connected Solutions program that is the main source of revenue for the owner-operator of the asset.
And for the batteries themselves, what's the sort of battery degradation over time curve look like?
So it's actually pretty mild. The manufacturers are saying, generally speaking, 1-2% a year.
Is that a straight line or is that parabolic where it starts to, it's heavy in the beginning? But
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could look at it as like a compounding, right? So 2% or so, 1% of the previous of that year's KW, right? So I guess you would say that's more parabolic than linear.
So it goes down over time. The degradation is not as high at the end of the lifespan as it is in the beginning.
Well, I think if you were to like chart it out, it's like, if you had a megawatt battery, like 1,000 kW, you lost 2% a year. In the first year, let's say it would be, 1,000 kW, and then it would go down to, 998, and then 2% of 998, and then 2% of, 995 or whatever, or 75. Like it wouldn't be exactly linear like that. It would kind of like you described, like kind of, I know it's sort of like a funky way to describe it, but what might be helpful is there are tons of data sheets on these things. I'd be happy to send one around so you could see how the degradation curve looks.
That would be great.
And these are typically 10 years, unlike solar, which tends to be 20 to 30 or so.
10 years meaning that's how long the lease is, or that's how long the useful life of the battery is?
Well, the program is written to compensate the owner for a period of 10 years. I think at the end of the 10-year period, you're probably at a point at which the developer and the town, I think, would have to look at what the production capability is left on the battery, and if it makes sense to leave it in place as operational and keep going with it, or if it's kind of beyond its useful life and the reinvestment in the site would make sense.
So what happens at the end of the 10 years? Do we own the battery?
No, so the way that the tax laws are written, whether it's a solar or a storage facility like this, it's not a traditional like lease in the sense that you're making payments and then, at the end of a term, you own it. That creates some tax problems for the people who do own it, who do capture those tax benefits. But this property, the battery would still be the property of the system owner at the end of the 10-year term.
And then do they take the batteries back?
Yeah, so typically the way that the programs are structured, there are a few different ways so at the end of the 10 years, and part of the reason is because at the end of 10 years, nobody's quite certain what programs are going to be in place at the end of 10 years, so there might be a successor program to repurpose this site for, or there might not. So the way that the leases are written is that worst case scenario for the town, whoever owns it has a responsibility to take it out of the site and restore the site to its pre-installation state.
And that whoever owns it in this particular scenario is not us, but it's Titan.
Oh, it wouldn't be, no, it wouldn't be me. So whoever, when we run the RFP, we'll be selecting a company to install, own, and operate it.
Could we actually own it? Could we just say, no, we want to be the financiers of this? It's a great program, we're going to make a lot of money, let's do it ourselves.
Well, what I typically find for municipalities is that even though the investment tax credit is still kind of in flux here, there's some pretty favorable depreciation benefits that any developer would capture with this. So if you forego those, that puts you in a situation where you've kind of surrendered a significant amount of the value from this project. And then what I've told people in the past was solar, right? The solar is like probably the simplest technology that we can contemplate. Other than routine maintenance, it sits there, right? It doesn't really have any complex parts. There's no communicating with the grid to operate it and discharge it at certain times. It just sits there, produces energy. You check some of the components periodically to make sure they're working, kind of end of story. With a battery storage system, they're really pricey. This one is probably, if we're thinking this size-wise, might be in the realm of like $3 million, which is a fairly significant price. I mean, I'm not saying that, that couldn't be done, but for a discretionary purchase, a lot of times that it's outside the realm of what most people would contemplate. And then you just have the responsibilities of operating it and maintaining it, which I think for a solar array might sometimes make sense. But as far as communicating with the grid, you don't have a control room set up somewhere to manage these things. I would just recommend it's probably best having a third-party owner-operator at the helm of something like this, because it would require some fairly significant communication back and forth with the utility during peak times during the summer. Someone would have to do that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Biggs.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Adam, for coming.
Yeah, sure.
So how many megawatts would this one be?
So
I'm sorry if you said it and I just missed it.
No, that's okay. So my anticipation based on the load profile of the school and a comparable project would be 0.7 megawatts or 700 and let's call it 700 kW, just for simplicity's sake. So just under a megawatt. It could ultimately get to a megawatt, but the closest like proposal I've seen, which I thought was good for demonstration purposes, was this 700 kW system.
Okay, and you said that it would be able to power for about 4 hours. How many homes does that equate to for that time frame? Or is this just power that's staying stored for the complete grid not necessary for the Weathersfield homes.
Yeah, so this energy would be used to curtail the load at the high school only.
Just that, okay.
Yeah.
And then from a pollution standpoint, this is a lithium battery?
95% certainty it would be a lithium-ion battery.
Are there any exposure concerns to that size of a battery storage, especially in that space with our students in that area?
So what I would say is that a system like this is the equivalent of having 10 Teslas in a parking lot somewhere.
Okay.
It's from a system size perspective, and just to kind of wrap your mind around that, everything is fully contained in the battery. There's no like radiation or anything that, could, make anybody sick or anything like that. So, and again, in the lease agreement with whoever the vendor is, that's a really good time to, have the town attorney involved as well to make sure that any liabilities, like lines are drawn very, very clearly, and everyone knows, what the responsibility is for both parties.
So I'm assuming that also falls on the maintenance of it, that the town would not be held accountable for any maintenance requirements that would be coming from whoever is putting it there?
Right, yep, fully owned, operated, and maintained by whichever chosen company.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure.
Councilwoman Pelletier.
Thank you. I just want to say, I think this is a great idea, and I don't see any reason why we shouldn't move forward. But I did have a question as to where at the high school, I assume you've been to the site, like where do you envision these batteries going on the property?
So generally speaking, as a next step for me, what I'd like to do is just take a quick site walk with the facilities folks at the school to make sure that we can identify a footprint that works well for them and everybody feels comfortable with. I personally saw one or two locations I thought made sense, but ultimately, I'd like to have their input and to say, yeah, this is where we would want something like this to go.
All right, thanks.
Councilman O'Connor.
Yeah. Again, thank you for your presentation. This has been incredibly informative, and I just had, my question is more of curiosity, and if you answered this an hour ago when Councilor Forrest started his questions, I apologize, I may have lost track. But I did want to, sorry, Matt, it's just so tempting. I did have a question. Is in here it states that you had looked at solar, but determined it wasn't feasible, and I'm just curious, why wasn't it feasible? And if it was feasible, what generates more savings?
Well, that's a good question. And I have over time suggested rooftop solar. My understanding was maybe the high school roof was on the newer side. But it seemed like the appetite was not there for rooftop solar. So from my perspective, I'm like, well, okay, I'm here to offer ideas and recommendations, and solar and storage could pair nicely together, like a fine cheese and a wine, I suppose you could say. It's my one joke of the day.
Keep them coming.
Yeah.
It was good.
Try to keep it light, it's a family show. But again, I mean, look, there are other things, that we could do. It's just a question of what makes sense for the town. What do they feel comfortable doing? Do they feel comfortable having panels on the roof? Are there ways to do it to help ease folks' concerns about roof warranty and things like that? My put on that is always yes, but again, that's without injecting my opinion into it one way or another. I'd say that the could work nicely together as a dual project if the town wanted to do that.
So when you say the appetite wasn't there, well, whose appetite are we talking about?
It's not in here. No. Well, I met with Gary a little while ago, a couple of years ago, I guess. Might have been just around the pandemic. I just got the sense that maybe, putting something on the roof might not agree with certain people.
What generates the biggest savings?
Both, doing both,
Do both together?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to add one thing. I know when I was here, Dan, Councilman O'Connor, we were looking at solar back then even. The town buildings, there's a real concern about the weight and can these be, like this place can actually handle that. So I know because of the age of some of like the community center or whatever, we've always kind of, kind of stayed away from it. I also know that when just before I left and I was on the building committee for the high school, they were also looking at all that. So if it ended up there was to be some new schools, that would be the perfect time to do that. And I don't know why the solar never came through on the high school, but a lot of our other buildings are just so old. There's a fear the roofs can't handle the weight.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking with solar, it's good to be within the first 5 years of the roof's life. And then any solar project would have to be cleared with a third-party structural engineer and to make sure that the roof could support the added weight of the panels and things like that. So if it was ever applicable, I'd be happy to have this conversation with the council again on something like that.
Well, thank you, that was very helpful.
Tom, did you have a question? Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, just a couple things, Adam. I'm a little bit confused as to how this actually operates. At one point, you made it sound like it was like a spinning reserve type situation where, the grid would say, hey, we're in need of an extra half a megawatt, turn this unit on, dump it into the system. But then you also said it would be to offset the high school building's demand. So is this something that's going to switch on and off throughout the day, depending on the actual high school's demand, or is it solely a reserve 4 hours of, half a megawatt?
Yeah, so the idea is to run the battery to peak shave every day of the year for the school. So whether it is, September, December, whatever, you're always going to have peaks in your usage. And that is what the battery is trying to target, to shave those peaks down, basically push it to the off-peak times. In the summer, in particular, when the Connected Solutions program is in effect, Con Ed would operate this battery to send power back to the grid. So that would be months in which the benefit would be for Con Ed to be sending the power back to the grid. For the rest of the year, it would go to the school on a monthly basis to help reduce your peaks.
Another question I have is a little bit off track, but your company does audits of facilities, correct? So our high school was renovated several years ago, and we thought we did everything possible to make it as energy efficient as we could. Got all kinds of rebates from Eversource during the project. And first year of operation, we had these sky-high electric bills. No one knows why. We got told the school's being utilized more than ever, which I didn't really see the difference from prior construction to post-construction as far as usage. So as part of this project, would you go through the facility and determine what, if anything, could be done to reduce our consumption?
Yeah, I mean, if that was to be included in the scope of work, for sure, that's something that we do all the time. When was the renovation completed?
4 years?
2016, 15?
Okay. And has there been any improvement, or has it just been that way since?
No, we just pay a big bill now.
Okay, good to know.
I don't have the numbers, but it was significantly higher than a pre-construction.
Did they add air conditioning and some of those like creature comforts?
They
that
increased
kind
the
of stuff?
square footage to some degree, but not massive.
Yeah. A lot of times what we find also is that not to boil it down to something that's super simple, because it could be more complicated than this, but building management systems can sometimes be really like low-hanging fruit to make adjustments without having to install anything. So we could look at that as part of it too. But if there's specific concerns, whether it's just a generalized audit, that's fine, or if there's areas that you'd want to target, either way, that's something that we do.
Thanks very much.
No other questions? Okay. So Adam, just to answer, I guess, first with Councilman O'Connor's comment, we did look, I think, one of the first year or two that I was on the council, 2013, 2014, possibly doing carports at the police department. They would be, protecting the cars from the elements, but also having solar panels on them. And then to Bonnie's point, a lot of the buildings just weren't structurally. Our roofing contractor, Tremco, excuse me, didn't believe some of the structural components of the roofs for our schools and our town buildings would withstand some of the weight and the drilling that was needed at the time. Excuse me. But now they have these standalone that are up there, ballast, that we could do that. There's something in the future we could definitely look at, solar panels on other town buildings. We don't have capped landfills here in Weathersfield. We do have some open space property to look at. I mean, that's something that we could put forth for discussion as well. This was something that, after some brief conversations about solar, that looked more appealing to us in the sense that you didn't have a lot of square footage to have to take up. You just had, 200 square feet, about the size of a trailer, or less than a trailer, on a slab next to a school. And then kind of off of the town deputy mayor's point with peak and no peak, I guess my question would be, something like this isn't running at our schools right now. So the demand from Eversource to charge the batteries at night at a low peak to offset those high peaks during the day, your 17,500 savings, is that calculated into the fact that, this is something new that we're going to be charging these batteries for the first time ever, but we're rounding off those peaks during the day? That's what's factored in?
Yes, this is a net number based on charging the battery and discharging it too.
Right. Okay. And then I guess at some point, to the comments that, we could look at the schools and be part of, Titan's energy audit of at least the high school, maybe while this is going into that generation, that meter, we could look at ways of doing that. We did look at thermal for heating, but the costs were too high at that point. So that might have been part of the anticipated savings, but when that was cut off, those savings were gone. And now, increased square footage, lighting and controls and dampers have all changed since, the school was designed. So maybe you could, we could talk about that in the future, part of an RFP to come in and do, a true energy audit of one school first and then see what we have in the future. Okay. No other questions? Okay. Well, thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Okay. We're going to move on from, we'll hold the Kycia Farm study, or survey results until the students come in, and then we will incorporate them into the agenda. Moving on, we do have public comments. We do have I believe there's 2 5-minute sessions, and this is for the public, so if there's anybody wishing to speak, please state your name and address, and you are at 5 minutes. Yeah, Ms. Jacobs.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Jacobs, 71 Sunrise Terrace, Weathersfield. I guess I'd like to continue with this conversation, and then I came with other prepared remarks. And it's actually a question, and I guess I can't really ask a question, but I'll just state a comment that has a little question or a little query in it. But that is the RFP itself, because as I recall, and I worked, the last project I worked on before I left the PUC, or the DEP, was a small project, renewable RFP. And so the RFP has to be acceptable to the receiving counterparty, which is the distribution company. So I'm wondering if this project would be in competition with other projects, because after all, they have to fill a spot of 50 megawatts. So I'm wondering if there's a weighting, did he already leave? I'm going to query whether there's a weighting process, because projects were weighted by where they were sourced, where they were located, was it a brownfield, what were the environmental benefits? And I'm wondering if there are environmental benefits, because seems to be less than, say, a solar project. So I'm assuming that they're going to take power off of peak, which to me would sound like nuclear, which would be zero source. So that may be the environmental benefit. So I would just ask, or would kind of suggest that kind of questioning would be in the selection process, whether the decision whether or not to accept this project is solely in the hands between Weathersfield and the distribution companies and the vendor. So I'll say that. So, and then to kind of switch topics, and I want to say a few words about the challenge ahead in spending or implementing the federal funds from the American Recovery Program Act, which is, as I understand it, over $7 million. So I have two general thoughts on this that I'd like to suggest to the town council. First of all, as to think strategically. This is a large amount of money for our town. It gives us an opportunity to make strategic, once-in-a-generation investments to improve the fiscal soundness of our town, our business vitality, the engineering integrity and safety, and the quality of life of our community. So we should think about making strategic, transformative investments, not simply plugging budget holes. What does this mean? I can't comment about the schools, about public health and so on. My interest is in economic development, so I'll kind of restrict my comments there. In terms of economic development and improving the business climate of our town, I would adopt the goal of increasing the portion of our town revenues that are generated from commercial properties. That could be transformative. So that sets us on a path toward a vital business community and provides property tax relief for residential taxpayers and less constraining budget in the future for our schools and town services. So we should consider the medium and the long term, not just the next budget cycle. So for example, economic development, we can consider the value created for business location and expansion, not simply front-end expenses. So actually, very recently, Peter Gillespie gave a presentation in the Finance Subcommittee about the facade program. So it actually generated other private investment, kind of the matching funds. If I kind of have forgotten what all those business fronts look like, kind of the before and after. There were certainly aesthetic improvements. It had a spillover effect in other nearby businesses. So that's an investment in our community. That's an example of that. Second, so number one, think strategically. Number two, develop an open and collaborative process. We need an open and public process to ensure our town's funds are wisely spent and go to their highest value purpose. These federal funds come from all townspeople. They may be federal, but they come from us, and we deserve to know how our decisions are made and how funds are spent. Allow for public input and comment, and that assures that all voices are heard. It needs to be an open collaborative process across town departments, collaboration with state and federal legislators, cooperation among political parties. Many hands are needed in the determination of the disbursement of these funds. It minimizes the likelihood that you've made a big mistake, or you've upset a particular group that maybe you intended to help, or that you wasted public dollars. It should be multidisciplinary, particularly in terms of economic development. We need to consult the business community, Chamber of Commerce, EDIC. We need to include nonprofits. In terms of infrastructure, water, sewer, broadband, transportation, we need engineering expertise, input from state and federal and regional authorities. We need to listen to the expertise in all fields and consider regional solutions, coupling regional expertise and planning as well as sources of funding for the best value. In short, an open process ensures better outcomes in the formulation of policies and the programs and in the allocation of public funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak or comment? Mr. Colantonio, welcome back.
Good evening, Gus Colantonio, 16 Morrison Avenue. You know, it's been about 10 years now that I've been requesting a stop sign. And unless I'm wrong, the only reason or excuse that I've been given from the town is that there are too many stop signs in town, so we don't want to install anymore, even though we need one. The decency over 10 years that I've been complaining about this stop sign to tell me says, you're not going to get it no matter what. No, the excuse was too many stop signs. Now, let me refresh your minds a little bit, you know, and for the new councilors who, Morrison Avenue is just around the corner, obviously. It's 2 streets over. Morrison Avenue is parallel with Hillcrest. It's connected by Orchard. Before 1955, Morrison Avenue did not connect to Silas Dean. Guess what? We never had any through traffic from Walker Hill to Silas Dean. There was no connection. Morrison Avenue is a 50-foot right-of-way. Hillcrest is 80. What does it mean? The frontage, I guess, you know, what is it? The minimum frontage setback for Morrison Avenue is about 20 feet from the street line. And Hillcrest Avenue, it's about 30. It's not the same. Again, Morrison Avenue and Hillcrest Avenue is connected by Orchard. At that intersection of Morrison Avenue and Orchard, we have 2 stop signs. The intersection of Hillcrest and Orchard, they have 3. They do not need a stop sign on Orchard and Hillcrest. We do need a stop sign on Morrison Avenue. Why? Because 100 feet down the road or closer to Silas Dean, there is Tifton Road coming in. And when you approach or you traveling east on Morrison Avenue, you cannot see that intersection. And I don't know if the town engineer is here, but he's not, I guess, you know. I was an engineer for 37 years, and I used to design roads, and the mayor, or what is it?
Town manager.
The town manager, that's right. The town manager, I worked with her many years ago on that street, and it was good, with good experience and whatnot. So I've been in the business for a while. The traffic on Morrison Avenue, the 85th percentile, it's 31 miles per hour. You cannot see that intersection, Tifton, until you are right there. Something is going to happen, okay? Why wait? That's all I'm asking for. It's a stop sign someplace to slow down the traffic. And I'm not asking for removing a stop sign on Orchard and Hillcrest. No. I'm just asking for a stop sign on Morrison Avenue. What does it take? What do I have to do? Something has to happen there. And then it's too freaking late. I do not understand. How can many years ago, we never had any through traffic. Now we have twice as many traffic or cars going by than Hillcrest. Don't you ever ask yourself why? Now, in the wintertime, I stay home and I watch everybody that goes by. Okay, and there are Lacrosse, I guess, L'Amour trucks. And there are about 3 or 4 every day. And guess what? They never go from east to west. They're always going from west to east. Why? Because they can eliminate that stop sign. That's stopping. Thank you.
We'll continue with the public comments, and then we'll have the University of Hartford students join us after that. Yeah, town manager just said it looks like it's pouring out there. College kids don't carry umbrellas around with them? I mean, what is this? No. Okay. Mrs. Keene, I saw your hand up.
And I'm back again, too. I'm here to encourage the town council not to sign the licensing agreement for the Brainard Airport to allow them to take the trees out. I do really believe that this is the time that we need to support Hartford in their efforts. We want to improve quality of life in both of our communities, and I think that if they were to acquire that property, it would be a godsend to them, but it would be to us as well. It would improve definitely the quality of life in Old Wethersfield if that airport was not there. CAA has said that they were going to have the pilots go by the other route. That was ridiculous to begin with because they're not going to communicate with all pilots. It has not happened. The planes are still going over. I also believe firmly that it is a safety issue for Wethersfield. I think eventually there will be an accident, and I'm hoping not, but it's happened in many, many small airports in the area, and I think that we're too densely occupied to withstand an accident like that. I guess that's my big spiel. Please think about what that property could be for Hartford, and Wethersfield residents would get to enjoy it and without having airplanes flying over all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Yes, sir. Mr. Young.
Good evening, Robert Young, 20 Copper Mill Road. Glad to see masks are off. First of all, I understand tonight on your agenda you have a discussion coming up for workshop items for the referral. I'm sorry. That's right, the referral for regular business agenda for an action. And I recall when this workshop ideal came up, changing the regular workshops, regular meetings to one regular meeting one time during the month, and a workshop for the other meeting during the month. And I recall also some ways that committee, better known, I call it the Forest Commission, wanted to cut off the public from speaking. At those meetings, to only address, I believe at one of those, I think at the workshop, that you could only talk on the fact of what's on the agenda. And I believe it was also, public comment was limited to one for that night. And I think we should, I know a number of those issues didn't happen, but we still got the workshop, one meeting per month, and we got the regular the next month. The other meeting during the month was regular, and I think we should go back to 2 regulars. That's really what I'm trying to say. So I would hope that when you get talking about that and whatever you're going to do, vote on it, I hope that happens that way. Next, we've had some discussion tonight about spending for the Housing Authority. I don't know when that will ever stop, unless that is what we call a gift that just keeps on giving from the federal government to the Housing Authority. I mean, it's always more money going in there. And now we're hearing tonight about the floor, the concrete floor has a problem because of the pipes underneath. It's not in conformity. And it brings the question up, even though this was built 50 years ago, and the workmanship, from what I'm hearing, was poor, has it changed? I don't think it has changed. Because back 50 years ago, for that error, for that issue to happen, where the pipes were not running 3 inches under the concrete, but they were vacillating different depths, obviously the inspectors did a poor job at that time. And when we look at Morrison Avenue, that's another inspector deal, whole government deal that was a debacle that was wrong. The quality of building Morrison Avenue was a disgrace. And those front yards are tiny. And yet other streets, their front yards are much larger. And it just goes to show quality of work is poor. And how is it today? Has it improved? We'll know in 50 years from now, won't we? So anyway, I know you're also, young lady was up here tonight talking about the distribution of that money, $7.5 million. And then she talked about how we need to all get together and figure out a good plan. But we all know that those plans are really, the town council leads the plans, not the citizens, except for the citizens who are tied in with the town council on special projects. And the rest of the people just get what they get, nothing out of the deal. So I hope that things change. Government is so lousy. And over the 20 years that I've been coming to these meetings, I continue to see lousy government. It's pathetic how people sit up here, make decisions, and they're poor decisions. Tonight, I wish we had the Kycia farm thing first. I don't know if we'll have public comment over that one as a single comment time, but we should after we hear about the Kycia farm. But thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Anybody else for public comment? Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening. Tom Carson, 12 Avalon Place. I just wanted to take a minute or two just to discuss or maybe complain that about the recent phenomenon of people panhandling from within the middle of the Silas Deane Highway. I've heard, I don't know what's true or what's not true about how legal it is in town to be standing in the middle of the road to ask people for money. I'm not insensitive to homelessness. I'm not insensitive to mental illness, addiction, but it's a real safety issue, and especially at this time of year. I just drove on the Silas Deane, and it's really dark this time of year. It's raining, and it's mostly happening at the northern end of town, at the intersection of Jordan Lane, if you're not familiar. There was one individual standing on the south of Jordan Lane. There's another one standing to the north, and it seems like it's a collective of people. So, but I've seen somebody sleeping, like sitting and nodding off. They could easily fall into the road. I've seen people walking in the dark, kind of against the light, you know, as they're sort of communicating with each other. There's a trash issue now, that they're leaving trash in the median when they leave. I've always been interested in the Silestine Highway and the north entrance and the south entrance of our town in terms of the first impression that somebody has when they come into our town. This is a different issue because I really think it's a safety. It's not only a safety for the individuals, but it's a real distraction for drivers as well. And I know it's not in the spirit of the season, but I ask everyone not to sort of give into that sense of guilt, not to give money to these people. Donate to your favorite charity, donate to the food bank, because a bag of fentanyl costs about $3 to $5. And maybe some people know that, but most people don't. And it's just something that I think needs to be addressed. Again, I don't know if it's an ordinance, I don't know if it's just a law enforcement issue. I can't imagine it's a law enforcement issue because police cars have to be driving by there dozens of times a day. And so it's just not so much about, it's about restricting the behavior within the middle of the street itself. And I can't imagine that it's something that we should allow for the reasons that I stated, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carson. Anybody else wishing to speak? Okay. Mrs. Greenblatt? Sure. Derek, I need you again.
It's with Councilor.
Thank you for your help.
I mean, I know this town.
Oh, he's not there. I'm waiting for this turn.
Go back to the first slide.
And I just use that one. All right, great. Okay, great. All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Cindy Greenblatt, and I'm here representing the Kycia Farm Committee. Thank you very much for accommodating us. I want to recognize the members of the committee that are here with me. Mary Breton, Tara Costanzo, Pam Rowe, Jim Woodworth, Dan Silbo, and we're missing Jenna Golis, Mike Orsini, and Paul Lasella, but I want to take this minute to publicly thank them for everything that they've done over the last 2 years. When I looked back to try to assemble this presentation and went over and read the minutes, I just briefly, accounted for all of the time that we've spent over the last 2 years. So it's 25 regular meetings, 9 special meetings with consultants, the University of Hartford, and the Newton Community Farm, a Kycia site visit, a University of Hartford site visit, 2 Kycia Farm and SHPO site visits, a site visit to get a soil analysis, 3 farm tours, 3 listening sessions, and 2 subcommittees. And all the members of this committee did this with great professionalism. They brought their best ideas to it. They never did not willingly participate in this. And I also want to thank the town manager for stepping in right at the very end of this process and just leading us forward to this point. So tonight I'm going to do a brief introduction, and then you can see we're going to have just a brief introduction, and then you will hear from the 2 subcommittees of the Kycia Farm Committee, the survey process, and the Kycia Barn SHPO grant. And then we will turn it over to the University of Hartford team, which is here, wet, but here. We're happy to see you. And they are going to give you their report, and they will be available for a question and answer, and then there'll be some final comments by the town manager. Right, so my part is just briefly to remind everybody where we've been for the last 2 years. And so you're looking right now at a map of the Kycia properties. There were 4 of them that were assembled into the purchase that became known as the Kycia Farm. It's about 32 acres, plus or minus. You can see that north of Highland Street, is the majority of the land is there. It's 28 acres. South of Highland, it's about 4. I liked this map, which was included in the original package that was presented to the community, because it shows you the areas all around and the potential for connections to those areas. You can see the Wilkes Farm, you can see Highcrest School, you can see Weathersfield Country Club, and up to the north, what you can't see, but is Incarnation Church and some more wetlands. There's about plus or minus 5 acres of wetlands contained within the property, and the Weathersfield geomap is over on the right, and it shows you where those wetlands are. They're basically in the northeast corner of the property, and then they cut right through the property and they exit out onto Collier Road. So just something to be aware of in considering usage. All right, this is in fact, Kathy Bagley's still here. She might recognize this. This is an original slide that was prepared for the public as the chronology of the Kycia purchase unfolded over about 5 months. And you can see that it culminated in a referendum, which took place in 2018. The wording of the referendum is here, and we use this as our guide in almost every discussion that we had, making sure that we remember that this was recreational, open space, and other municipal purposes that the community had voted on. The referendum did pass. There was due diligence. It took time to sign contracts and make sure that everything was, there were no brownfields or contamination on the farm, but finally, I think everything was settled in the summer of 2019, and a call went out for a manager's committee to be formed, and that is the committee that you see here in front of you. We had one charge, and it was presented to us right at the very first meeting, and we were to make recommendations to you, the town council, on possible reuse scenarios. And we were given instructions as to how to do that, and we understood the assignment. It was a transparent process. We had conducted all of our meetings openly. Many of them are on video and available on YouTube. We were to hire a consultant to gather input from the community, so it was never us deciding, it was always us facilitating. We were going to work with members of the town staff to research and prepare planning and grant applications. We were going to host open town-wide forums, and we were going to help present the findings to the council, and that's what we're doing this evening. The final analysis is yet to come. We've only just heard the figures that you're about to hear tonight in the last 48 hours, so there's hopefully work to be done to present this to you in a way that would make sense for the community based on their input going forward. All right, so the first thing we did, and this predated COVID, was we put out a request for proposals. We got 12, we eliminated the lowest and the highest, and we interviewed 10 different consulting firms to get their input. We evaluated all the proposals, we chose 4 for the interviews, and then we selected Dodson and Flinker. Unfortunately, the world and events intervened, and by the time we came forward to you, and members of you were on the council at that point, to ask you to fund the consultant, it really wasn't feasible, and we all understood that. However, we quickly pivoted, and we used the proposal that we had chosen as our blueprint, and we tried to move forward on our own. The Dodson proposal had a scope of services that we tried to duplicate, and the University of Hartford became a viable alternative to those consultants, giving us that layer of distance between the committee and the community and the transparency that we were looking for. And they're going to speak to you about that. This was the public process. I brought the RFP, the proposal here for you, and I know it's digitally in the town council archives as well, but we use this as our blueprint. You can see my marked up page there where I was trying to make sure that we conducted the same number of visioning sessions, the same number of tours, that we put ourselves in the position of trying to gain information for the community to help them make that decision. In reading the proposals, we stumbled across the Newton Community Farm, and I have to say that they were a great resource for us. They came to visit us by Zoom twice, once early in the process and once only last month in November. And the farm appealed to us because it was a completely independent, self-sustaining community farm within the confines of the city of Newton, Massachusetts. And it was intriguing to see how they were organized. It was inspirational to see what they could produce. I think they had 5 acres that they were using to produce the crops that they did. You can see by some of the statistics that they have a license from the community, but they're overseen by a farm board, that they get not $1 in contributions from the community, that they make all their money through educational programs, through CSA shares, through other activities that they hold on the farm, and they grow so much produce they're able to donate thousands of pounds of produce to the Newton Food Bank as well. Their total profit in 2020, and it's available in their annual report, was just a little over $6,000, but they are, constantly working to maintain that self-sufficiency. On the right-hand side, you can see that we followed the consultant's plan for the scope of services, and these are some of the things that we have accomplished. The visioning sessions, the farm tours themselves. I'm going to read the larger print, if you don't mind. And you can see it. We performed a soil analysis. We surveyed the farm. We met with SHPO. We wrote and applied for the grant. We created social media presence with the help of the University of Hartford team on both Facebook and Instagram. We studied land use surveys, and we crafted the Kycia survey, all the while working for the entire year with the University of Hartford team. I would like to invite Pam Rowe to come up to explain to you that survey process so that you'll know what efforts were made on behalf of the community.
Thanks, Cindy. Hi, everybody. Thanks for seeing us this evening. My name is Pam Rowe. I live on Stocking Mill Road, and I've been a resident for 45 years in Wethersfield. My grandchildren know me as Nana. They're looking somewhere. I just want to take a minute or so just to speak to you briefly about the survey process and the end product. The goal to give the community another vehicle and an opportunity to share their vision for the Kycia Farm. The survey was one of multiple methods used by the Kycia Farm Committee to get input from the community on possible uses of the farm property. The survey questions were derived from the community listening sessions. The subcommittee and Kycia Farm Committee created, reviewed, and refined the survey over many meetings with input from the University of Hartford student leaders and their team. In preparation, we reviewed other land surveys as well as researched various sites for developing survey questions. We met virtually and in person. We as a team researched surveys that would encourage participation, completion, and thought-provoking questions. On this survey, there were open-ended questions as well as places to communicate in your words all ideas. The University of Hartford consultant team collected, analyzed, and will present the data. Their survey was provided during the month of October, both online or hard copy provided at the town hall. In closing, I again also want to say that the survey reflected the November 6, 2018 referendum, focusing on recreational, open spaces, and other municipal purposes. Thank you.
And the other thing I wanted to give you a chance to hear was from Jim Woodworth about the SHPO grant.
Jim Woodworth, 33 Mill Street, 5H, and I am pleased to be able to say that the great news is that the $5,175 survey and planning grant application that we made to the SHPO was granted. And so this study, as when implemented, will allow us to apply for the barn to be listed on the state register of historic places. Being listed, by the way, on the state register doesn't obligate the town to do anything in particular, even to preserve the barn, but it is a prerequisite for applying for historic preservation grants. So it's a step, a very concrete step in the right direction. Those grants can be used to rehab, and most of you have probably seen the boarded up windows for starters, and especially when they didn't have that nice painting on the boards. To redevelop, you have a historic dairy barn, but you might want to adapt it for other uses, both agricultural and perhaps as community space of some kind. The first step, as you know, I guess, most of you know, was a visit from Marina Winooski, who works for SHPO. She's the National Register Specialist and the Architectural Historian at SHPO. She pre-screened the barn for a nomination. I missed her presentation to the council, but I understand it was wonderful. Subsequently, the town manager made the application, which finally made it to the agenda of the council at their monthly meeting last week, and it was my privilege to attend that meeting. During the discussion of a grant, one of the members of the committee, Dr. Glazer, history professor at Central and coordinator of the public history program, said that one of her students had done a research paper on the Wilkes farm, and that paper would be a good resource for the study of the Kycia barn and family farm. And a copy was available at the Weathersfield Historical Society, but she had a digital copy which she shared with us, and we'd be happy to share it with all of you. But I looked at it briefly, and it looks like it's kind of like the research that would be done for this with this grant. One of the things it does, that the application doesn't just cover the architecture of the building, but the cultural landscape, the rural landscape, the cultural context, and so forth. And both the Wilkes and the Kycia families, immigrants arriving in the 1910s from Poland and Italy, respectively, followed similar American dream paths of hard work and success. They gradually acquired land, built their family farms over the course of the first half of the 20th century, and originally they provided milk for the growing Hartford market. In the 1960s, when small dairies were no longer viable, instead of selling their land for development like most of their neighboring farmers did, the Kycia family made a successful transition to raising flowers and vegetables to sell to their suburban neighbors at the farm stand, and that became an institution in itself. So it really has a trajectory and a cultural position in the town of Weathersfield that this grant will help us to understand and possibly follow the information, use that information in our future course of events. Anybody have any questions? All right, thank you.
That was really good news, and it took a year to get a decision on that grant, so.
Yeah, I don't know if we wanted to ask as we go along, or do you want to have questions at the end for everybody. I guess maybe I always liked having questions as you went along, so you don't forget them.
Do you have a question for Jim?
I just want to, did we actually get the grant, or we've just done the application? What's the time frame on whether or not we get it?
That was supposed to be the point. We actually, at the meeting, they voted to give us the grant. So yes, we did get the,
You were saying the council meeting, and we were up here thinking.
I'm sorry, yeah,
council meeting.
what is it, the State Historic Preservation Council, which is under the aegis of the state office, but has 12 or 13 people who aren't employed by the state directly, although one of them is Walter Woodward, the state historian. So anyway, yes, we have the grant.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, the grant, the purpose, is the grant just to explore whether a historical designation is appropriate, or is this where they've already done the research, or is this just the beginning of that process?
Yeah, so I guess I was, one of the things they had at the meeting was a presentation about the National Register and the kinds of research they do, and kind of the history of the state register, which was in the 70s when they started. They said, oh, Webb House, George Washington slept there. It's on the thing, that's it. But now the research that goes into it is quite in-depth. And that's why it costs $5,000, I guess, to do that research. But then we will get that research. That'll be part of our information.
And do you have a timeline for when this will be complete?
No, we don't, do we, really? But as soon as we find out, we will let you know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jim.
The way things are going, it'll be 2 more years before we find out. No, but it was a year, everything was delayed by COVID, all the meetings and things, but it's good news. It only pays for the research to determine if the building qualifies. And it obligates us to nothing. And that was one of the things that Marina made clear a year ago now. All right, it's my pleasure now to be able to introduce these gentlemen. And I have to say before I do that at a time when a professional consultant wasn't available to us, the University of Hartford's unique educational program allowed us to partner with them and to utilize the skills of their students in a variety of different fields to help us continue the work that we had been charged with, and yet provide that layer, or the distance between the committee and the community. And so I'd like to publicly thank them right now. I mean, and they will introduce themselves to you, but they and their advisors have worked with us tirelessly. We did a spring semester, we had a summer intern, and the fall semester. So it's been a full year that we've had the privilege of working with these students, and it was inspiring, and it was really fun for me, to be back working and talking with students. I really enjoyed it. So I'm going to introduce Alex and Chaz, who are the project managers, and I'm going to let them take it from here. Thank you.
He has it. Actually, it's right here. Okay. I think that's it. Okay, so it's copied onto the desktop. Okay. So there's the computer, so how about whoever's presenting just stay here at the microphone?
I'll take this moment to do a selfish plug. If the University of Hartford students ever want to go over to the Rel Center for Civility in Public Service, there's the Governor M. Jody Rel Center for Public Service over there.
Thank you.
But you can be civil in politics.
Before I start, can everybody hear me good? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even see. Okay. Good evening to everybody. We are very excited to be here on behalf of the students of the University of Hartford. We are very excited to be here to present to you our presentation in regards to the Kycia Farm property. Just to discuss a lot of what we've been doing over the last year. We've been doing a lot of extensive research, and we're very happy today to be here to present to you our findings and our results. And for the last several months, we've also been doing a lot of extensive research as well. So before we get into the meat of the presentation, we just want to start off with the agenda right quickly. So just in a minute, I'll be introducing the rest of my fabulous team members and the rest of the student team itself. And then very quickly, we'll be going through the problem statement and the research approach before we get into the meat of the presentation, which will consist of gathering community opinion, results of the community opinion, going into discussions about the listening sessions, as well as the survey results in regards to the Kycia Farm property, and to conclude with the recommendations going into the operational model, the generating revenue, as well as funding options. And this was our student team for this semester. We had a number of students that have been working on this project also since last year as well, including myself. And my name, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chasla Daniel Young. I am a communication major with a minor in digital media and journalism. I am in the honors program at my school, and I was one of the student managers running the Kycia Farm property with the University of Hartford. And I also had a large role work within the marketing component as well, work with the social media, with the Facebook page, as well as creating the Instagram account as well for the Kycia Farm property, raising awareness and getting a message out there about the farm itself. And without any further delay, I will hand it off to my fellow colleagues. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alex Serrata. I was the lead project manager over the last year. Just want to say thank you. Thank you to the committee. It's been a terrific, learning experience. Texting with Cynthia, going back and forth, speaking with the committee. So I greatly appreciate that. I would also like to introduce the other two members.
I'm Noah Gibson. I'm a sophomore at the University of Hartford. I worked during this semester as a member of the economic development team, and my major at this university is risk management and insurance.
How's it going, everybody? My name is Esteban Molina. I am majoring in business data analytics and management economics. In this semester, I was in the economic development, and I was also the one who took a look at the survey results.
All right, great. All right, so the University of Hartford was tasked with providing feasible options based off of the community input. This was kind of what was brought forth to us by the committee along with our faculty advisors in the back. Over the last year, we've had a number of different deliverables we've delivered on. To start, we wanted to create awareness, a little bit about what Chaz talked about. This was primarily through different social media outlets, newspaper. We really just wanted to bring awareness to what we were doing. Next, we researched a multitude of different feasible options, which we'll talk about in a little bit. After that, we engaged with the community, first through listening sessions, followed by a survey. And then finally, tonight, we are kind of showing you all, specifically leadership, with an in-depth report of the different options that we found were feasible based off of the community's input.
When it comes to approaching and gathering our research, our team just started off by secondary sources of data through primarily case studies, and there we just use that to find the associated revenues associated as well as costs with running a property of this size and magnitude in a town. From there, we also analyzed similar farms in the Wethersfield area and just see how they utilized and what they really did to perform. And then with all of our information that we found in the beginning, we provide it with the KFC and town officials to just really get a sense of what the community can have. From there on, we really focused on getting the community's opinion. To start off, we offered 3 listening sessions, getting over 400 responses from the community. And then after community listening sessions, we used that to create survey questions. And those questions were really designed to find the wants and concerns of all community members on what they wanted to see and what they really were concerned about going on to the property moving forward. And then after gathering all of the data from these listening sessions and the survey, we're able to analyze all the results and continue further research into each one of the specific areas.
All right, so first I'm going to briefly review the listening session results, which were done last spring. There were 3 of them, as Cynthia mentioned earlier. So just to let you know that the way that we conducted these were via Zoom due to COVID protocols. This was probably just an open discussion, so for anyone who wasn't there, we pretty much asked everybody to get on, any resident that wanted to, and pretty much just say what would you like with the property, what are you concerned about? And so as you can see in this graph, you can see that the top 5 land use ideas were open space, walking trails, some sort of involvement with the educational system, agriculture, and community garden. Those were kind of our initial findings, so that's primarily where we did our research. And during this session, we heard a number of concerns, so we wanted to bring that forth to you all just to make you all aware, just to be fully transparent. So as you can see on the left side, you can see that the orange, 15 people were very adamant on, rather than putting a sports field on this property, fix the current property or the sports fields within the town. In addition to that, there was a concern about about maintenance costs. Whatever does go on the property, there's a significant concern that there's going to be constant maintenance costs, and Wethersfield residents were also very adamant about that. Then on the right side, as you can see, the blue, there's 10 concerns regarding loss of property value. This was primarily residents who were concerned whether whatever was put on the property could decrease their property value, along with calls and annoyance. And then also, this was almost a possible way to combat that, but a lot of residents showed interest in making some sort of landscape to block any noise or, loud events going on that property. So I just kind of wanted to bring forth those concerns. So after we did the listening sessions, as we mentioned earlier, KFC created a survey. This survey had 473 respondents. Of those 473 respondents, 93% of those were homeowners. 75% of them have lived in Wethersfield for 10 years or longer. 36% of them live within 1 to 2 miles of the property. And then 57% of those residents are currently using the sports fields in the area.
So with these survey responses, you can see in the pie chart on the left that the survey presented us with 81% of new participants in the Kycia Farm recommendations. And additionally, in the pie chart on the right side, question 3, use of property, the majority being 77% would want a multiple use, and 14% would want a single use, and 8% were no development or improvement. The analysis you see in front of you is the text analysis. So this is how we tackled the open-ended question. Question 4 being the open-ended question. If we answered single use, what in your opinion is the best single use for the Kycia Farm property? So we inserted all respondents' open-ended questions in a text analysis software, where the software came with the most common keywords. And those keywords are in the pie chart to the left. The 38% being sports fields, 26% being athletic field, and so on. The athletic field being 26%.
Excuse me, could you go back to that one slide?
Yeah.
What is the difference between sports fields and athletic fields?
So the difference between the sports fields and athletic fields is it's open-ended question. So it's unique to the respondent's choice of words. So it would be misleading if we combine athletic fields and sports fields, since it's an open-ended question.
So is it safe to say 60% wanted some type of sports field?
No, you're saying that's misleading.
From a like an analytical perspective, you don't want to combine, right? Because you can misrepresent the data. So personally, you can, but you'll see in another one, people talk about different type of produce shares. We did not combine them because we wanted to truly show you the respondents' results.
The pie charts you see below the tables are just a visual representation of the tables on top. So the quantitative results we did in here is just the overall top count of each preferred option. So for the first preferred option, which turned out to be sports field, had a count of 170. The second preferred option had a walking trails at 122. And community garden shared both the third and fourth preferred option at their respective counts. Lastly, open space was the fifth preferred option at the count of 54. Question 8 to the right also presented, we also did the analysis where we did a top count for each option. So for non-concern, it was loss of home value at a count of 348, while somewhat concerned was maintenance costs at 184, while the very concerned was property management at 114 count. Initially, the analysis you have in front of you is called a chi-square analysis. So we wanted to see if there was a relationship between the distance a residence lives from the Kycia farm property and their concern of increased traffic. You can see that the majority of it, 22%, were not concerned, but those respondents lived 1 to 2 miles. Where you can see those who lived closer, less than a half a mile, were more concerned at 6%. Initially, it's the same process here, where we want to see if there was a relationship between distance from a residence, home residence from Kycia Farm and their concern for their property value. Again, the majority were not concerned, but those respondents lived 1 to 2 miles away from the property, while those who lived less than half a mile were very concerned at 7%. The pie chart you have in front of you is also just the top 5 recommendations and percentages. So again, sports field being at 36%, walking trails at, sports fields at 36%, walking trails at 26%, community garden at 14%, and community garden 13%, because those shared both the third and fourth preferred option, while open space was at 11%. Additionally, question 7 was also another open-ended question where we did the same process as question 1, where we inserted all open respondents to a software. Question 7 being, which revenue generating ideas for the Kycia party would you support? In this case, the top keywords being, the majority was farmers at 37%, CSA at 18%, while produce share in agriculture was also at 18%, while rent share land was the lowest at 8%.
So recommendations. When it comes to recommendations, we are recommending that the Kycia Farm Committee follows a 501c3 model. Under this model, they will be recognized as a nonprofit organization where all profit, revenue, and donations to the property will be non-taxable. For the Kycia Farm Group responsibilities, they will be responsible for a majority of everything that happens at the farm. They will be in charge of selecting the farm's and property's own insurance. They'll be responsible for the day-to-day operations going on at the property, including employment and what physically goes on within the group of the farm. While the town of Wethersfield will own the property, and that will not change within anything, but then a contract will be formed stating how they release like the rights to the operation and really how the farm is managed to the Kycia Farm Group. This is very similar to the Newton Community Farm, as it is located within Newton, Massachusetts. They have followed this very similar format for the past 15 years, and they've been a very successful community-run farm. When it comes to generating revenue, a large majority of the options came in the form of an agricultural or farm-based approach. For starters, there was a CSA program and farm memberships. The CSA program, if you're unfamiliar, is just a program where you buy into a portion of the farm's shares, and throughout the season, you collect crops and different things that the farm produces on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. Then there's farm memberships, which is basically a donation to the farm and special access to certain crops or activities located onto the farm. Then for any additional crops and sources that the farm has left over, they can offer a farm stand or participate in farmers markets where they can sell to the general public with no requirement of a farm membership. Then, within the property being so large and the vast opportunities, they can offer educational classes and camps to students within the community, as well as community members serving all different purposes. Then, when it comes to winter activities, we want the property to become useful and resourceful. So, farms mostly only operate within the 3 major seasons, and winter they normally take off. But winter, we suggested a possibility of like an ice skating rink where it could be utilized by the community and just get more involvement within the community. And then the final option, if there's any extra land available, it could be rented out to a farmer where they pay for a portion of the property and they utilize that and produce their own crops, and can also provide those crops in the farmer's market or farmer's stand or even the CSA program.
All right, so finally, we talked a little bit about different funding options. So I believe all of you have before you a small printout which kind of goes over all the different funding options in which we suggest. So primarily, we found 3 different kinds of funding options: grants, financing, and foundations. The grants, we broadly cover them over educational-based grants, agriculture, and trail development. While these are all extremely useful, if you are looking to do a sports field or specifically some sort of turf sports field on the property, realistically, vendor financing is the best way to go, as there's really no grants for it, but rather very low interest rates over in a very extended period of time. Finally, foundations offer a wide range of grants, although a lot of them do require a 25% match in order for them to give you any money. So with that, I'm going to go into a questions. One thing I just did want to mention, that all of our research from our case studies will be sent over to the Kycia Farms Committee, and I'm sure they'll relay all of that to you.
Okay.
Any questions?
Any questions for either the committee or for the students? Councilman O'Connor.
First off, I'd say thank you guys very much for this. This was awesome, and I think your faculty advisor is here too. These kids deserve an A. You know that?
Thank you.
Absolutely. I know this is part of your grade, you deserve an A. That was very thorough and well thought out, and so I just wanted to make sure you knew that it's well appreciated. My question really is, at any point was a timetable discussed? And how long would it take to see something like that to fruition?
Yeah, to be honest with you, our job was to research the community's opinion and feasible options. There was no timetable because there were so many different options that until we're able to limit it down, whether it's with the committee or the council, there's really no timetable.
I was just a guess.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Fine. Thank you.
Councilman Lesser.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to agree with Councilor O'Connor. You guys did a great job, and I have a daughter who's at the University of Hartford, and I send a lot of my money there, and I can see it's going to good use, because you guys are getting a great education, and I would second that they all deserve an A. So my question is about the Newton Community Farm, and not specifically them. I know you use them in terms of maybe making recommendations and you study them. Were there any other models similar to that, maybe in New England, that you also looked at that could be an option for Wethersfield?
Absolutely. So as I mentioned, you will at some point receive our report. We have extensive, maybe 8 to 10 different farms in the area, all doing different variety, whether it's a CSA program or community educational-based approach. We had extensive research where we went on their website, did some research to, figure out what do they do, how do they generate enough money to, be self-sustaining.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Just one more question on that Newton Farm. What was the size of that in comparison to the Kycia property?
5 acres, 4 to 5. So it was 5 acres. We had the number, was it $6,000 a year they generate in revenue approximately?
Yeah. So do you have any idea of how much Kycia Farm property with 32 acres could produce?
Right, so I do not know. That being said, all of that land is not necessarily farmable. I don't know the number off the top of my head. There's a lot of wetlands, obviously the barn, there's a greenhouse on the property. So off the top of my head, no, I do not know the answer, although it is a lot more than 5 acres.
Councilman, you pointing, or are you?
I was pointing at Mary. She had her hand up before me. I'm a gentleman still.
Thank you. So this, I know you said you looked at maybe about 8 different farms. The Newton farm is the one that I think you like the model the best.
Definitely.
And since this property is split into 2 different larger parcels, the smaller of which is closer in size to the Newton farm, I mean, are you envisioning, and I don't know if this is more for the committee or for you guys, that just a portion of the farm would be used for actual farming and, the rest used for some other purpose? Or would you want to really just model it after the Newton farm, but on a larger scale?
Right, great question. So we set out to figure out, right, going back to what the community wants. And based off of that, it's pretty clear that they want multi-use purpose, whether that's a sports field and walking trails and a community garden. That's what the survey data will state. My personal opinion obviously doesn't matter. I don't think that it would be realistic to say the entire thing is going to be CSA, because you think about the cost and then the demand, right? You have to make sure that you have a demand. Personally, I did a lot more research last semester, and I can tell you everything I read, every case study said start with an acre, start with 2 acres, because starting at 5 acres, you're talking about buying all this different farm equipment and all of this overhead that might turn out, oh, we only have 100 people interested, we should have started. So based off my research, my educated, opinion, I would say start small and grow. In the time being, community gardens were, a low overhead and, charging $20 for a small square for people to grow, whatever is a great alternative until you grow.
Okay. Yeah, because I did have some concerns about, I feel like the demographics of Wethersfield are so different from Newton, and obviously Newton's much larger, but it's, one of the wealthiest towns in the country, and I don't know if, if we're really if there's other better comparisons, but I don't know if it's just about the model of, the nonprofit model. Was that used in other communities you looked at?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they were, but to be honest with you, Newton Community Farm comes out with an annual report yearly. They show you every expense. They're so transparent about how they do their work. That's honestly why we were so drawn to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mrs. Greenblatt, I saw you want to jump up there.
Would you mind? Yeah, it's for Councilor Pelletier. The Newton Community Farm appeared in on our RFP that we got, and it was touted by a person we didn't ultimately choose or use as a model for the kind of work that they can do. And so when we had that first meeting, they kind of laid it out in the baby steps that they took. So the community, wealthy or not, wanted nothing to do with funding this farm. That's how it started. The genesis was a group of citizens. And the town made it very clear they were not providing any money for this farm. And I actually thought that might appeal, in a sense, to our community, because even, it was a divided vote. And we were aware of that the entire time that we were working. So when the director came to speak to us, she said the first year they had the 501c3 and a license for 1 year. The town wasn't going to commit any further than that to them, than 1 year, and to see if they could make this work. And they were, she confided to us that they hit the jackpot. They found a man, a farmer and his family. They had a house too, there's a house on the Kycia property. I don't know the condition, but they had a house. And he was able to move into that house. They were, as Alex said, it started small, a greenhouse, a field, a CSA shares. And then they extended the contract to 3 years because they had a comfort level and they made a profit that year. They did not require any assistance from the city of Newton. And then they went 10, and now they're where they are now. It's their 15th year of growth. So that's why the model appealed to us. And as Alex said, there's a wealth of financial information on the website, how this worked. And it just seemed to appeal to the Wethersfield situation. Maybe not the demographics, but the operational model seemed to reflect our community a little bit. So I would welcome you to take a look at it. And that there's 2 taped Kycia Farm Committee meetings where Sue Bettino speaks to it at the beginning, at the end. At the end, we had really piercing questions like how many employees, how many part-time employees, how did you get your farm equipment, how did you pay for it, who insures you? And she has all those answers, and everything is paid for by the efforts of that farm there's a farmers like you can join a community of farm supporters at different levels. You can be a sponsor. There's all kinds of educational opportunities. They have a barn. They restored their barn. They rent their barn. They've got something worth looking at as you as a group think about moving forward. Thank you for letting me talk, Mayor.
I'm sorry, I just have one more follow-up about revenue, because this is, one of my concerns is, that even if, the farm itself, if we do this farm model is self-sustaining, the other uses of the property, could, if it's going to be a sports field, that's going to be continuous maintenance, and that will be, continuous costs. That I don't think will be offset greatly by a farm, that maybe is just generating a few $1,000s a year. There's that house on the property that I think it's, and I've heard this, but I could be wrong about the dollar amount, it's appraised around $300,000 or something. Was there any exploration of either renting the house for fair market value or selling that carving out that homestead, and selling that house if we could make a few $100,000? I don't know if that was looked into.
Yeah, so that was not looked into. Primarily the use of the house, if you went the farmer agricultural route, it's very common for a living space. In some examples, it was like their form of payment, a place to live. And then other than agricultural use, the really only other time that we looked at it, if there was some sort of historic designation, some sort of, museum type deal, talking about the history of the Kycia farms and that significance. I mean, there were small revenue generating, like little things, but that's hundreds of dollars. We're not talking major dollars there.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Before we get to you, Councilman Biggs, Deputy Mayor had a follow-up question to the students.
Yeah, I'm curious about your comments, and maybe you could educate us a little, or myself anyways. What's your concerns about the sampling size of the survey or the respondents? I'm not sure if you are aware of the background, but this was a fairly close referendum vote. Yes. We have 18,000 registered voters. Mm-hmm. There was a little under 12,000 people cast their vote for this referendum, and we have 470 surveys. So from what little I know about it, you don't have to have a huge sampling size, but the bigger the size, isn't that determine the accuracy of the survey?
Absolutely. I mean, you all work in public, really, right? Like we, when you put out a survey or something like that, only so many people are going to answer. Realistically, Chaz and the KFC committee, we really made every effort to get the notice out. We utilized 2 social media platforms, newspapers, Wethersfield newspaper, I'm blanking on the name of that. We did everything we could to get it out. Sometimes 472 is a good number. It could have always been higher. That being said, I think that the people who spoke at the listening sessions and took the survey and went to, the walking, like when they visited the property, they all were very passionate about however they felt the property should be used. And I think waiting for another 2,000 people to answer would be a waste of, the maintenance cost that the town has to pay yearly, because the property was voted to purchase the property, so I think that you should move forward with, the information that you're given.
I think there's, myself, I have some concern that you used the word passionate, so I would suspect that people that voted for the purchase would be much more passionate about filling out a survey than those that opposed it. So I'm not sure how accurate the results are. My personal opinion.
Okay, yeah.
But thanks, guys, you did a great job.
Thank you.
And the whole team.
Councilman Biggs?
Thank you, Mayor. Gentlemen, I just want to say you did a great job. I'm a prior graduate from Hart, bachelor's degree, MBA. You guys made me a proud Hawk tonight. Congratulations on finishing classes, and you guys start finals this week?
Today.
Good luck, man. Good luck. That's all I have. Good luck.
Thank you.
I must echo everybody's comments about the University of Hartford. I get all our sessional interns, poli-sci majors from the University of Hartford, so put a little plug in for the poli-sci department over there. I just had a couple questions about, looking at the town of Wethersfield, and, I know Mary had brought up Newton, Mass. There was a couple things that were mentioned, farmers market, community gardens, and you guys just mentioned the possible use of the barn. We do have 3 of those already here in Wethersfield. I just wonder if there was any comments that were presented to the committee or to, the survey respondents about, what it would be like to have 2 farmers markets possibly in town of Wethersfield, or 2 community gardens.
Right. So anyone, overall, I think, I did hear some echoing talking about how there is a community garden on the other side of town, how there was concerns about parking issues there, and maybe we move the community garden to the new, to the Kycia Farms property. That being said, there was not much conversation about, would there be enough demand for the farmers market. I think maybe that might be a little bit premature. I think research could be done to either prove that there is demand or not demand. That being said, I have, 3-4 students a semester, only so much ground to cover, So no, there was not research. Is there demand for 2 farmers markets in town? Although I believe historically there was. I'm sure the demographics have changed since. But that's really all I have for you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Dan for the...
Just wanted to respond to a couple of comments that were made. And one is, I have kept an ear to the ground on this because most people who know my feelings is I'm obviously lobbying for sports fields there. I do know the youth programs in town are willing to help front the cost for maintenance on these fields. I do know that that has been discussed, and I've yet to hear a program, whether it be soccer, football, or lacrosse, say they wouldn't pay an annual fee to be able to use these fields. So I do think there is support within the town to help defer cost or lower cost on it. And then the other thing, I just want to respond to the deputy mayor. A 1% response rate in an email campaign is considered astronomical. And you guys got 4%. So you're about 400% higher than what is a normal return rate. And even though the 400 and whatever that number was seems small,
right,
from an online campaign, unless you're going door to door and actually knocking and making people answer, that's actually a really good number. And so I didn't want to downside.
That's why I asked the question, Dan.
No. Well, I know. It was an excellent question.
I knew the answer already. I just wanted to hear it.
But I did. I do want to let you know, that is actually a very, very good turnout for that. So you guys did a great job.
Thank you very much.
Coming from somebody who actually did door-to-door campaigning, and I don't know what percentage you got, Mr. O'Connor.
Who, him? Do they have negative campaigning numbers?
Oh, that hurt.
Any other questions? Okay. Anybody from the committee want to address us at all?
Just as the guy who's as passionate about agriculture as Dan is about sports, even though my grandchildren are in the sports program too, so. We did have Kip Kolosinskis, who's the Extension State soil expert, examine the soils and say they're good. On the other hand, I'm used to the meadows where there is not a rock in sight. And there's rocks. There's New England potatoes in this field, no question about it. But there are those different types, and there's different areas. You notice there was a grove of walnut trees growing in the back. And I understand from talking with the Kycia family that the wetlands on the other side were pastures originally. And if you go down there, you can see the patterns of invasive species, and the big tree that was the shade tree for the cows is all still there. In fact, she said she had movies of her leading the cows back to the barn. I hope we can, she was afraid to make copies and lose them, but I hope we can get a copy of that. But of course, with the sports field, you have the initial investment, but the town needs to invest in fields somewhere, whether it's here or Mill Woods or both, or, to get that to that level of field that you need. And our focus was really on the Kycia farm, but we thought, we really have to widen your focus and say, okay, this sports field and that one should be developed and improved, and this part of it can be used for agriculture and different kinds of agriculture, and even some parts of it could be solar panels. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities, and that would help to fund some of it, even the roof of the barn perhaps. But anyway, it has good soil. It could be good farming area, but there is that one spot near Highland Street that the MDC used for a staging area, and they were supposed to push out the topsoil and then return it, but apparently they took the farm soil and didn't return it. And so there's an area that isn't that good, that I don't know how much space you need for the kind of ball field that would be really helpful, but that would be the place to put it. It's also more or less more level than the rest of it. But again, you need the traffic studies to show, okay, we got to have parking for all these people, and it's Highland Street, so that's one of the concerns of the local people, the neighbors, is how much traffic you're going to have. So there's a lot more study to be done in order to, especially to put in a ball field. Anyway, any questions I can answer?
Jim, one question. What's the condition of the smaller parcel with the barn as far as farmability? How much land could you farm on that?
Yeah.
5 acres, and the Newton facility was
similar? Would that be equivalent? I don't think so, because I don't think it's all that farmable. And there's several fields across the way that you'd really need to put it in there. And I think having the house as a residence to bring in a farmer. The Newton family has 3 employees: the farmer, and the education, and the director, and an education person. And so you really have to hire that farmer, and that's something that Kip Kolosinskis does, is can go out there and find farmers and bring them in, and the town could hire somebody for a short period of time, or if you set up that organization, they could hire a farmer and get to know and see if it's the right guy, and then go from there and grow an operation.
Are you saying it's not feasible if they don't have a place to live? A co-op couldn't exist without living on the property?
Well, I'm not sure, because but the place to live would be part of the payment, so the salary wouldn't have to be quite as big. It'd be kind of like what happens down at the Solomon Wells house, where we have somebody living there, taking care of the place.
What I'm trying to avoid is a situation we have in town where the town owns a property and they're responsible for all the maintenance of it.
Yeah.
Which gets extensive, and we're not going to get any rent from the farmer, so.
Yeah, I mean, and the farmer, might, you might not actually be revenue, it would be, something to balance out his smaller salary, and then when the roof goes, or the heating system goes, I don't know how you could get grants for that, but there are a lot of agricultural grants out there, and a nonprofit could take advantage of that and develop some of the, like restore the greenhouse and so forth.
I'm coming to help you. One of the great things that Sue Bettino told us from the Newton Community Farm at her last meeting was the scenario that you just described. The license for that farm says they are responsible for every single expense on that farm. They get no help from the city of Newton. And the boiler in the house that the farmer lives in went. And the farm tried to get the town to pay. The town wouldn't. It wasn't in the license. And they took it out of their profits for this year. So it just depends on how the license is structured, but I would think that's exactly what Wethersfield would want. And I actually think that the gentleman gave us some good analysis to see a path forward where we could craft it exactly like that this community would only benefit from it, that it would not be a liability.
The article that I read in the Reminder actually said that if the farmer were required to maintain the house, they wouldn't be able to do it. They would be bankrupt.
She said, be careful of the conditions under which you agree to on the license, because they didn't anticipate the expense. And when they went to the community to try and get them to contribute, they wouldn't. And they weren't obligated to. So she was giving us a little bit of inside advice based on what had just happened to them. But it doesn't have to be.
Do you think you're going to be able to get a farmer in there and sign up for free room and board, free rental of the house, but yet now the house needs $25,000 worth of repairs?
No, the Newton Community Farm nonprofit paid for the repairs out of their own profits. They paid to restore it, but they didn't like the idea. They felt that because the house was Newton's, that Newton should contribute. And no speculation, but this is a great way to segue into that last part. I mean, we only found out on Friday that 57% of the respondents of the survey wanted sports fields. So there's a lot to digest. There's a lot of things that we have to kind of assemble moving forward so that we can take in that the community wants, which is multiple uses, and see what we can do, baby steps, and then we bring it back to you, and we're happy to, I said to the town manager, we're happy to host a town-wide forum too, and maybe to alleviate some of your concerns about the numbers in the survey. I mean, this doesn't have to be, someone had to tune into this to know what was going on. You'll have access to all the data too. There's a 48-page report that's already done, and then there's more raw data to come. So thank you.
My concerns are replacing the revenue that we've lost through tax of the property. So right out of the get-go, we're talking about $9,000, $10,000 a year in lost taxable money to the town. So when you're talking about a farm that might make $6,000 a year, yeah, that's baby steps. Because what happens when you have to fix the house? There's not going to be any money, and they're going to come to the town for that.
I think that $6,000 was profit, so they paid the farmer and so forth. But you're right. I mean, I think if you try to get a farmer to rent it and have a farm operation, that would be very difficult. But to have a nonprofit to kind of can absorb things and run the education programs and create value for the town, even though, as you say, you lose some revenue. But most of the land was in 409 program or whatever it is, and thus wasn't generating a lot of tax revenue.
It was $9,000. That's what it was generating.
Well, that was included the house, so mostly house, though.
Yes.
Yeah. Anything else we can
Any other questions
answer?
for the committee? If
Thank you
not, okay. Thank you all.
Can I just unplug?
Moving right along to council action. B1, workshop items for referral to regular business agenda for action. We do not have any. We did hear the three already for Kycia, the Fuller House, and Titan Energy talking about the battery storage. Moving on to item B2A, acceptance of resignations from boards and commissions. bear with me as I go through the agenda. I think Councilman Forrest has
I do have
two.
some, Mayor. I move that we accept the resignation of Janice Roberts, 87 Meadowgate, from the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee for a term of 7/6/20 to 6/30/22, and also from the Youth Advisory Board, Janice Roberts, 87 Meadowgate, for a time period of 9/16/19 to 6/30/22.
Second. Excuse me, second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Everybody say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Moving on to item B, still item B2A, another resignation from the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. Is that you, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, it is. Sorry, trying to catch up here. I make a motion to accept the resignation of John Adamian, 86 Waters View Drive, a term of 7/6/20 to 6/30/22.
Second.
Discussion? Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Now on to appointments. Councilman Forrest.
Thank you, Mayor. I move Tony Martino of 374 Highland Street to the Redevelopment Agency for an appointment for a term 7/1/21 to 6/30/24.
Discussion? Hearing none. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. And final appointment, Deputy Mayor.
Make an appointment of Jason Barassi to the Inland Wetlands and Conservation Commission to fill a vacancy. 116 Charter Road, term of 12/6/21 to 6/30/22.
Second.
Hang on one second. Discussion? Hearing none. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Okay, moving on. We did have some unfinished business from the November, I believe, 20th meeting. Or nope, tabled from the 11/15 meeting. This is the licensing agreement with the CAA, the town of Weathersfield. They've been, as many people know, having been on this council for the last couple of years. And actually, Councilman Lesser, I think you may have been on when they were discussing it, and the public hearing came in with CAA to discuss the growth of trees in, well, I mean, obviously, we're going to focus on the Weathersfield property, but there is property in Glastonbury, Hartford, and Weathersfield that needs to be addressed. What we are addressing tonight is the property in Weathersfield. I believe it's 9 acres to the south of the, this particular parcel. Oh, this is the, this is the 4.5 acres that is Weathersfield-owned property in the town of Weathersfield. There had been some concerns.
We need to take it off the table.
Oh, yeah. Yep. First, motion to take this off the table.
I'll make the motion to take this off the table.
Okay.
Second.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Ayes. Is there 2, 4, all?
Was that?
All 4? Okay. So motion carries to take it off the table 5-4. So for discussion purposes, we did hear some concerns at the last meeting that there was concern about number 5, and some residents had also called with concerns about that as well. And I believe there is a new licensing agreement. Do you have a copy?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay. And if you look at your agenda packet, there is a section 5, grantee will, this is the original, grantee will undertake and complete the process for acquiring an navigation easement over the property in accordance with FAA guidelines, including establishing a price for the easement through an appraisal process. There was concern about that. It was addressed to CAA, and they understood our concerns, and that portion was deleted from this license agreement. Everything else in here stayed the same and did not change. I will open it up to, unless you have any further comments.
No. I mean, that was a concern, and so it was asked to try to remove it, and they agreed to do that.
So I will open it up to the floor. Councilman Biggs?
Thank you, Mayor. Has anyone actually seen information from the FAA saying that this is a requirement, or are we just taking the word from the airport saying that this is a FAA requirement? And I'm asking that not to create any, just a serious question.
I believe when the CAA presented this to Hartford, Glastonbury, and Weathersfield in 2017, that there was a requirement by the FAA to have a certain plane, X number of feet, and I don't know what it is, that plane be clear of any obstructions.
I just want to make sure we weren't going off anyone's word and it's, not backed and it's just something they want to do to expand the airport per se, so.
No, and actually, I talked to a state representative who represents the town of Windsor Locks, and this was a concern of the airport authority a number of years ago for Bradley at the time, and they had to clear trees. Obviously, Bradley's a much bigger airport, and larger planes go in, but tree clearing was a concern for the FAA up there, and they had to go through the same process of getting agreements from property owners to be able to do it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Pelletier.
I just have a question. The license references the attached exhibit. Would this be?
That's not it.
So where's the attached exhibit? I don't see one.
That was the original map that should have been in the packet. Let me just see if it is. I just didn't, it wasn't attached to the amendment, that's all.
It wasn't in the packet either.
All right, I can get it if you want. It was in the original, when the license agreement came through.
This one?
Well, yes, it's a smaller version of it.
That one Kevin has doesn't delineate where the property is, though.
It has Hartford, too.
Right, I mean, this one does, but this was not on the original attachment.
Well, and also, this one says, it references 4.5 acres, but isn't the property that's within Weathersfield, that's owned by the town, that's the subject of this license agreement, isn't it more like 1 acre?
It's around 1 acre, yes, but
This
there was it was asked that we figure out how much property there is.
Okay.
I asked to see the actual drawing of where that property was. We couldn't find it when we were looking it up. And this is the parcel that the town owns this parcel, and that's what the licensing agreement is, only addressing the town-owned property, not other trees that are going to be cleared within Weathersfield boundaries, which is the larger portion of tree work.
So the parcel at reference is located within this?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, I was just a little confused about that.
And the trees in that colored area are to be trimmed, not removed.
Correct.
Okay, well, I think, I know some residents referenced that they think the airport itself is a safety issue, but I think keeping the trees overgrown, and, I mean, this definitely is a safety issue. If a pilot clips the trees coming in for a landing or taking off, that could lead to a crash and could harm the residents, and obviously the pilots themselves. So I do have some concerns about letting the trees continue to grow, because I know we're already several years, maybe 4 years beyond, when they said they really needed to be cut, and they've continued to grow, and it's just becoming a safety hazard. And I would feel terrible to delay this further and have a pilot, God forbid, lose their life because they're clipping the trees coming in. It seems to me that the CAA has the right to, because of FAA regulations, to trim these trees. We can wait for them to sue us if we continue to delay, and then that will cost the town money to defend such a lawsuit that we will lose, because these trees need to be cut. I'm also was glad to see, though, that these trees aren't located in the, Weathersfield Cove when you're down at the Cove Park. It's on the north of I-91. So I don't think, and I know the town, the tree warden also stated that it won't be an eyesore because it won't be visible from, by the residents from Cove Park. So I think it's just something that needs to be done. I know it's been a long time coming, and I don't think we should delay this any longer because it is a safety issue.
Thank you, Councilwoman Pelletier. Any questions or comments? Councilman O'Connor?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that after reviewing this and numerous conversations I've had, I am comfortable moving forward with this proposal for the simple reason is, one, it has absolutely no impact whatsoever on whether the airport closes or not, nor does it send a signal to anybody that by us moving forward this, we're saying don't close the airport or close the airport. More importantly, this is giving the public an opportunity to weigh in and have input, because what we're doing here is simply asking for permitting permission and looking to get approvals. And once they have those, they then have to come back to us and share those findings, where the public will have a chance to input on that. And I think that, to me, is the true form of a democracy, is if the public gets an opportunity to speak and be heard, as opposed to us just sitting there making a blanket statement up here. The other thing that I also would like to hear from is, I do want to hear Hartford's opinion on these trees and the actual trimming of the trees, because a previous speaker had mentioned, it's time to support Hartford, and it would be very surprising to me if Hartford did not want us to trim these trees, because if you look at the trajectory path, a plane coming in at the speed they come in, if it were to clip a tree, chances are that accident is actually going to occur in Hartford, not in Wethersfield. And so I think Hartford has a vested interest in this as well, and I would be very happy and eager to hear what they have to say about the tree trimming as well, because if they were to come back and say we should trim those trees for the sake of the pilots coming into Hartford, well, then that to me would be a sign of us supporting Hartford. But again, I have no problem moving forward with this, because it does not commit us to anything other than giving them the opportunity to go do something they were going to do anyways, and still give us the opportunity to listen and have public input.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Councilman O'Connor. Any other comments?
Mike. Thank you, Kev.
I'll defer to Councilman Hill.
Thanks, Mayor. A couple of questions. I'm not sure if it's to you or to Bonnie or whomever. We'd mentioned this agreement's been before, but essentially been on the town manager's desk for about the past 4 years or so. So with all of the momentum in terms of the decommissioning and all of the activity that's taking place in the city of Hartford and the state of Connecticut in regards to Brainard, why are we bringing this up now? It's been 4 years at this point, so I mean, why now? Why not wait to see what other communities are doing?
I may have misspoken. The plan to trim trees has been before the area towns for 4 years. They've gone so far as to draft a license agreement that has, I think, when did we get that? Or you might not have been here. I think it was in August that we received it, the original correspondence from the CAA on that. So it's only been before us since August, this actual license agreement. The notion or the plan to, or the need to trim trees has been discussed for 4 years.
And has the city of Hartford signed their agreement as of yet? From what I understand, they have not.
I don't believe so, no.
And that's, that's kind of the concern I have, is that since they have not signed the agreement to cut the trees, which is significantly larger piece of property than we have here on our map in the town of Wethersfield, I feel as though we can't make a decision like this kind of in a vacuum. We need to have all of the information available to us. And knowing that Hartford has not signed this yet, I think provides us an opportunity here. I mean, I know we were just talking about having an opportunity for residents to speak and make their views known when this process plays out. But I think we've heard enough from residents already that it's been overwhelming, the amount that we've heard, that they simply want Brainard to be decommissioned. They want that area to be redeveloped to the point where Hartford has, they have their resolution decommissioning the airport. They have put together a redevelopment committee that involves not only the city, state officials, regional entities, including the town of Wethersfield. So they're moving in that direction. They have not signed it. I have doubts that they even will sign it. So, why would the town of Wethersfield then say, okay, Brainard, have at it, you can cut these trees? I think we should wait to see what the city of Hartford does, because at the end of the day, CAA is they're not counting on us. Yes, they need us, but they need the city of Hartford to act. So until they sign their licensing agreement, I don't see why we should even give them the opportunity to cut these trees on the property. I mean, like we said, it's been, residents in town do not want this. It's been abundantly clear. We've probably had 100 folks reach out to this town council the past few months. Maybe we've had 1 or 2 that said, we want to keep Brainard. And like we said, CAA, they can't do this without Hartford. And once those trees are gone, once they're cut, they're cut. You can't tape them back together. So I think we need to take this extremely seriously. Wait on Hartford. They have their redevelopment in place. And to be honest, Brainard, they have not been a good neighbor to us. We've gone through this kind of ad nauseum, but Mr. Dillon came out and gave a presentation. He was, we had our resolution that acknowledged the redevelopment of that property. He sent a letter to this body saying that he would speak to the Jet Center and to the airport about the issues we were having in terms of our quality of life. Nothing has occurred really that I can see. They still have received hundreds of complaints since that letter has been sent to us. So I don't see, why we would then give them the opportunity to cut those trees. And in terms of safety, I mean, it's been years since this process has started. So if we wait, maybe, we wait a month, see if Hartford acts. If they don't act by then, I mean, I think they have to do it in the winter. We basically buy ourselves some time. So it gives the state some opportunity in the next legislative session, because I know there's going to be activity there about what do they do with this property? Do they transfer over the property to the state of Connecticut so the state can then assume some of the liabilities? I just think that with the amount of momentum that the city, that this process is having in terms of the decommissioning, to give them an opportunity to come on our land to cut the trees when Hartford probably has no interest in signing their agreement, I just think is foolish on our part. So I'd love to just buy us a little bit more time, see what Hartford's going to do within the next month or so, and then in January, we take this up again. And so I'd love to, I'd like to make a motion if we could just table this until our January 17th meeting. And then we will kind of see where Hartford is, and then, we can, again, take this item up then.
Second.
Are we still in the discussions on the first?
I believe we can discuss, or motion to table.
Actually, technically, you can discuss, because the motion to table is to time in the future. It's not table like right this meeting right now.
Right, tabling to January.
Tabling is like we're putting it down for like 5 minutes, and then it's the next item will come back up. But this was tabled to a date certain, and therefore it's
It is
debatable.
discussable. Yep. Councilman O'Connor?
I just wanted to respond to that. So, Councilor Hill, this does not give them, my reading of this, does not give them permission to cut anything. It's just giving them permission to seek permits. For all we know, they may not get the permits. But it gives them permission to seek permits, which at the end of the day, even if they choose to close that airport, it's still going to be a 4 or 5 year process, which means if we're really truly talking about safety and supporting Hartford and all of that, they're probably going to have to trim those trees if it's going to take 4 to 5 years for them to close that airport down. I'm not supporting, and I'm not saying let's move forward and just start cutting. I want them, go ahead, do your permits, but they can't do anything until they come back and actually report back and hold a public hearing on it. That's why I had no problem moving forward with this, and then see what exactly they're talking about. By then, hopefully, the committee that's been formed will have even more information, which would drive a totally different decision. But I don't think there's any harm in doing the permits, or I wouldn't have supported it.
Yeah, and I've just tried to be quiet and listen to everybody, but I also don't make it a secret that I've been trying to build a relationship with members of Hartford City Council, and I actually ran this by them. I was actually on the fence. We had a bunch of discussions, Mayor. I didn't know if this would be bad for the city, if this would impede on any decommissioning efforts. So I just decided to go right to the source, and based on the conversations I had with members of Hartford City Council, given where they're going to trim in the licensing agreement, I mean, they said it wouldn't have any impact on their decommissioning efforts, because you're talking about one small parcel, you're talking about a parcel of land that is actually, what is it, due south? I'm not like it's directly south of the physical runway. So it is a safety issue. Now, if this wasn't in Hartford's best interest, I definitely wouldn't be on board with it. But, when you have members of their council who don't seem to have a problem with it because it has nothing to do with their economic development plans for it, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm going to vote for safety. So that's just my 2 cents. I'm just going based off of what their comments were in terms of their thoughts on this license and how it would affect them moving forward in their plans for Brainard and the Mirror facility.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Lesser.
Thank you, Mayor. I also talked to a member of the Hartford Town Council on last week on Thursday, and he was strongly for decommissioning and against this licensing agreement. So Councilor Pendelau and I might have talked to different members of the council, but I think, as far as I'm concerned, I'm strongly against this agreement, and the reason is I think our residents have spoke loudly and clearly that we do not want to move forward in any capacity with this, that we want to stop any kind of flow movement toward planes continuing to fly over Weathersfield. We want to send every possible signal. That's what I've heard from the residents, that's what I believe. Want to send every possible signal that we don't want anything to move forward with planes continue to disrupt Weathersfield. And I agree with Councilor Hill, we should wait to Hartford. It's my understanding that they're not necessarily going to sign or agree to this licensing agreement, and I don't think we have to act before them. So I'm going to vote no on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Any other discussion? Councilman Forrest?
I was noting that the property here, is this the item that attaches to this lease?
No.
So we don't have,
I do in the other room, I can go get it,
I mean, this is, and it wasn't in our packet, the map, right?
right?
I didn't see it. So we're passing a license that's based on a map that we don't have. You may have it, but we are the decision makers, we don't have it. So we don't know exactly what we're licensing here. I don't know how you can vote on this item without a review of the map.
Just didn't get on it.
Everybody got the map. And
No, it was with the original licensing agreement, but I think as we've gone on and on, it just didn't get attached. So I can go get it and make copies if you want.
I think you can't vote on this without knowing what you're voting on. The map is the key to exactly what we're giving authorization for. So it would be baffling to not be able to have that piece. The second thing is that on section 3 here, I note that the grantor, us, Town of Weathersfield, is going to support the filing of any and all necessary permit applications for the project, including all the stuff, right? So that includes the Town of Weathersfield taking its time and effort and manpower that we pay for to do their job. It may have to be that you have to be cooperative in doing this, and it may take 2 people, but it's going to cost us money. The town manager is pretty well paid. The town manager is going to have to do this work. Town planner is going to have to do this work. Town engineer is going to have to do this work. Apply for the permits, fill out the applications. We know how long it takes in general. And they're giving us $1. $1. It's a bad deal for us. At least negotiate it to match the efforts that we're going to have to put in here. So it's just a bad, even if you want, like the public and that, and you're trying to pick sides, which I'm not a side picker in particular, but let's have at least an even deal. Even deal. And you got to have the map. You can't vote on it without the map.
Yeah, we're going to get in the map.
You get the map and you want to see what it is, and it's got to match up, and I don't know how we verify that exact map is this map. This map says 4.5 acres, but it's 1. I get it, you're shaking your head, I'm not disagreeing with you, but it's got a map.
Can I just comment on the map? The map was my doing, because I wanted to understand where the parcel of land that Weathersfield owns is. That's what that map reflects,
The 4.5 acres?
the 4.5 acres. That's not to say they're cutting trees on 4.5 acres.
But that's the access that we're giving them to that area, and no other, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
But the second part is we're going to lose money on this deal, and it's for somebody else.
Can I just ask a question on that?
Sure.
So I understand your concern about the cost of what us signing this implies, but I didn't hear your concern about the cost of, using Councilor Lesser's comments about fighting this, tooth and nail, and I'm totally paraphrasing, so I apologize for that, to the end or whatever. I mean, how much do you think eminent domain is going to cost the town of Weathersfield to fight when the FAA comes in and says we're taking it anyways? And so you're worried about the $10, $20 here, when if the FAA comes in or the other one comes in and sits there and says, we're taking it anyways because we have a right to, and they do, are you going to continue to say, well, those millions of dollars in eminent domain fees are worth it, but the $500 to get a permit isn't? So I mean,
I'll make that decision at that time.
Right, so then let them do the permit.
But this it's not even a net deal. It's not even a net even deal. Like, they should have to pay for the resources that they use in our town. You could even say that, but this is just $1, and we obligate our town to support any and all necessary permit applications, any and all, very broad, very wide.
Then would you be comfortable if I made an amendment to this to say up into the cost of Weathersfield manpower instead of $1, or however we phrase that? Or are you still going to say no?
I would agree to that amendment, absolutely. That would be a better contract.
Instead of saying $1?
We have a motion on the floor to table. so.
Oh, yeah, we may have gone a little astray there.
I just want to say, like, that the town resources, this is basically, the town isn't going to withhold a signature. You know, this is, they're filing, they're preparing the permits, they're doing that. This is just saying that if they need a signature from the town manager, or, you know, some photocopies of a document. This is not that the town is going to be doing all the legwork for CAA, and I think it's misleading to say that, because that's just not what it is.
But that's not what it says.
Yes, it is.
It says,
Including-
any and all necessary, including,
Says will support.
yeah, and so what does that mean? So it's broad.
I disagree, and
Well-
I think so you think they're gonna tell the town of Weathersfield to do all the legwork for their permit, and if we say no, then they're gonna sue us for breach of contract? I mean, come on, I just read it realistically.
This is going to bind us to, we might have to make GIS maps, not like this. We might have to verify town property maps. We may have to participate in whatever it is that is needed for these necessary permit applications according to this license.
To me, it sounds like signatures on the applications and documents. That's what it appears to be to me.
Any further discussion? Motion to table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Nay.
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 Motion to table fails.
Move for a roll call?
Sure.
On the motion to table, or?
Yeah.
Counselor Biggs?
Oh, do you need a second and a vote for a roll call?
I think roll call is just, you can
Yeah, I
request
think
it.
you just requested.
Fine.
Maybe I should have said move, I might have said request, might have been more accurate. Request the roll call?
Counselor Biggs?
Nay.
Counselor Forrest?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Motion to table.
Motion to table.
Can't change your mind.
Motion to reconsider.
You guys got a lot going on right now. I'm in favor.
Counselor Forrest?
Yes.
Counselor Hill?
Yes.
Counselor Lesser?
Yes.
Counselor O'Connor?
Nay.
Counselor Pelletier?
Nay.
Counselor Pentelow?
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Mazzarella?
Nay.
Mayor Rell?
Nay. Okay, motion to table fails, 4-5. Further discussion? Councilman O'Connor.
So just so I can clarify Counselor Forrest's comments, you're comfortable with supporting this if we put in the clause, now therefore, for an amount to be determined, or you're the lawyer, you can figure out the wording on it, but the amount to cover the cost of Weathersfield, if that's in there, you're comfortable moving forward with this?
If we change it to associate the costs that are going to be borne by our town, I'm absolutely supportive of making those changes for this license, because it's it would be a better license, and it would at least be a net zero for us. At least. I have to think about the wording a little bit, like, I need to work on that wording a little bit, obviously, or we would. But it would be something like, it would be something like grantee promises to pay the value of all services provided by the town of Weathersfield, and allows the town of Weathersfield to bill them for that service, something like that, and I'm ballparking here. But it would sound something like that, so whatever we had to do, if it was just a signature, then it's no big deal. If they're gonna start using our GIS system and the rest of it, then that's a value proposition.
But just so I'm completely clear, because sometimes I'm a little slow on the uptick, just to be completely clear, so changing that, you will then support this license agreement?
I don't support this whole license agreement, but
All right,
I
well
do
then,
support.
let's not waste our time.
I do support the change.
Here we go. Okay.
All right.
But you're still going to pass something that's going to cost us money, and it shouldn't. Especially just
Well-
allow us to
It's
get.
not
Well-
going to cost us money.
This is the thing, if we don't pass this, it's going to cost us money.
Says who?
The CAA last month, when they came in and said, either you're going to do this license agreement, or we're going to do what we're going to have to do with the city of Hartford, and take court action by the FAA.
Actually, technically, Mayor, what they said is what they said was, what we're not saying is that we're going to do that. It's just that we can do that, but we're not saying we're going to do that. So they specifically said they will not do that. They just said it was in their purview, that they could do that.
So the fear, well, they could do that. So rather than risk the fear of going to court and spending money, I would suggest.
But at the same time, this has got a shelf life to it, right? So if they don't get this agreement by January, they have to wait until next year. And that's my whole point. It's like, why would, it's not like they can't come in June. They can't come in on the property in June. So if we just make it another 60 days, we'll have had, and a lot can happen within this calendar year, within the state legislature and in Brainard, CAA, a ton of movement can happen. If we could just buy those 60 days so we can stretch this out until next year, I just feel like that would make a world of difference.
It could make a world of difference for any pilot in the next 60 days, 6 months, or a year to, as Councilwoman Pelletier said, clip any one of these trees. I mean, if you look at the map that the town manager had provided, the small section of town-owned property to the lower part east of 91, I mean, that's what we're talking about here. The red ones, as you see in the key, are the more serious impediments to that plane. They're going to be addressing those with the city of Hartford, somehow or another. Those that are here within our boundaries, they need to address now as well.
But, Mayor, and I apologize, that goes to my exact point. They need Hartford. They don't, they need Hartford more than they need us. Wait for Hartford to move. If Hartford's not going to sign, and we can kind of stretch this out, it gives us that opportunity. Weathersfield's almost like I don't want to say a nice to have. Yeah, they do want us to address that, but they need Hartford to act. Let's wait for Hartford to act, and then I think then we have all the information readily available to us, and it buys us enough time and gives us a year to see if there's movement at the state level to, again, begin this process of unraveling and decommissioning the airport, which is something that we hear from our residents over and over again is something that they want very badly.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
I'll make one observation on the map that we were just given. I count 15 trees indicated as requiring trimming, 15. So we're talking about trimming, not removing 15 trees. And you'd rather delay it and have some unfortunate pilot end his life over trimming of 15 trees. So I support the agreement to allow them to proceed with removing trees.
Councilman
Trimming
Bigg?
trees.
Thank you,
Councilman
Mayor.
Biggs?
I really care for the pilots, and I thank you for keep on bringing up their well-being, because that is a major concern of everyone up here. I do think that we are putting a lot of faith in a private entity to come into our lovely town and trust them to cut down or trim a few trees. Like, we deal with it with C&G, we deal with it with MDC, where they're going to come in and do a project and say that they're going to hold on these expectations, and they don't. And they leave their crap behind. They mess up our streets. Then we got to follow up with them. We have to do all these things. You're saying, look at the map, and there's reds and there's whites and there's these 16 trees, whatever. All it's going to do is open up a door for more to happen. It's not a immediate concern of the penetration zone. I don't see a reason why we can't just table it for a moment. You said that, Dan, you said that doing this is all allowing them to go get permits. Permits, they're going to do permits for just Weathersford and only cut Weathersford and not cut Hartford? No. They're going to do the whole thing together if they can. So if they're not going to do it for Hartford, they're not going to do it for Weathersford yet. So hold off. There's no reason to hold off and see how everything else is moving. If you look at the map, look at the penetration zone. I'm sorry, they're not going to go up over the Hartford penetration zone and then come down into Weathersfield Cove penetration zone. Like, you have to go higher than Hartford to go lower to Weathersfield to hit that penetration zone. I'm more concerned about the environmental aspects of it. When you start trimming down nature, especially on our cove and the entrance into our cove, regardless of them saying yay or nay, they're not going to do this and not going to do that, it will adversely affect our nature in that area. I think we can hold off on this.
Any further comment? Councilman O'Connor?
I'll just go back to what I had said earlier is, I did not at any point say I'm supporting the closing and/or staying open of the airport, nor am I sending a signal that by moving forward with the permitting process that I'm telling them we want to keep this airport open. That's not my intent. My intent is, to me, is if they want to go and do the permitting process, I have no problem with them doing that because that involves a public hearing and citizen input. And I think maybe they all should hear from the residents that we keep hearing from and give the residents an opportunity. And I can guarantee you there'll be a lot more at that meeting than there have been at any of our council meetings because they'll know their voice matters. And my attitude is I think the residents have a right to speak and let them speak and let them hear it. And by then, hopefully, Councilor Pennell will have had their meeting in the Hartford Task Force and he'll have more information to share with us. But nowhere in here does it say we're cutting anything or trimming anything. And otherwise, I wouldn't support it. And so my attitude is let them go do their permitting. You know, if we're lucky, maybe they don't get the permit. You know, and so case closed. But the idea is it doesn't hurt us to do the permitting. And so that's why I'm comfortable going forward with this.
And to Councilman Biggs' point about public comment and, you know, weighing in, there is the public permitting process through DEP in bullet number 1, presentation of the project to permitting agency officials and interested public as required by various permitting processes. I believe that is the public input portion of it, so that there would be at least an opportunity at bare minimum to have a public written testimony, but I believe that it also includes DEP having a public hearing portion of this project. Any other discussion? Councilman Forrest.
I'm going to move to make an amendment. Just getting the wording here. Now therefore, on the now therefore section, instead of for $1, I'm scratching out for $1, that means I'm removing $1, and I'm adding for the personal value of services rendered by the town of Weathersfield and then it continues, and other good and valuable consideration, receipt of which is hereby acknowledged, the parties agree as follows. And then I'm adding a number 5 under the parties agree as follows. And number 5 is simply going to say, the town of Weathersfield shall bill the grantee for the services rendered, and the grantee shall pay such bill within 60 days. Those are my 2 changes, and I make the motion.
Can I ask a question before anybody seconds that? So is your plan to make the amendments to this and then not support it?
Oh, I'm going to support this amendment 100%.
No, I'm saying the overall licensing agreement if we agree to change it.
I have to think about that. I probably will not support the overall licensing agreement, to be honest with you, but the amendment makes the licensing agreement better and in the interest of the town of Weathersfield. And although I don't necessarily like the licensing agreement for a lot of the argument that's made here, I still want the licensing agreement. I expect it will pass. I'm listening. But I still want the licensing agreement to be in the best interest of the town of Weathersfield. And I care about that. I care about all of it. So I care about that. So I'm putting my neck out, making the motion to amend, so it's in our best interest, at least if it's going to pass. I want it to be in our best interest.
I'll second it.
Okay, discussion?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to, so I'm just thinking about, the consideration, in the creation of a contract. And I just wonder the wording about for the personal value of services rendered. And then you sort of reiterated in number 5. But I wonder if you could kind of, I just question kind of the consideration in the contract, and then I wonder if it would work better to keep the now therefore, but then to add, basically add number 5, which sort of almost just reiterates it, but I think I feel like it's not clear anyways, like what the services rendered would be. So maybe even if you wanted to do something like this, and we all know what you're trying to get at with the amendment, or changing the language, I think that it may be just adding a sentence to number 3, so it's sort of, because I feel like if I was just reading this as, amended, it would be unclear, and it almost makes it more vague, and I don't know what you're talking about, and would they agree to some, phantom, like, what do you mean services rendered? I think you can add a sentence to number 3, if something to the effect of any amounts, that are other than nominal amounts expended by the town in support of the filing of, any and all necessary, blah, 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 shall be reimbursed to the grantor by the grantee, or something to that effect. You know what I mean?
I do.
I guess I should write it out, but I don't. Or I don't know if you guys even, what everyone else thinks.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
I would think that modifying this licensing agreement by us would invalidate the agreement and essentially be the same as not signing it. They didn't ask us to write an agreement, they asked us to sign an agreement. You either sign it or you don't sign it.
Well, it would be like a like a counter proposal. So you're right, but.
We asked them to take item 5 out, and we did that before we came to council meeting, they agreed to that. Now we're gonna change it again?
It's true, and I do think it's not necessary, because it's not obligating the town to expend any, it really doesn't appear to be obligating the town to expend any of its resources. It seems like they just want to make sure that the town will provide their signatures and not stand in the way of them, getting the permits. That's the purpose of number 3.
Right.
In its plain language. And if you want to try to parse it out and think about it, it could mean this, it could mean that. You look at the plain language, and we all know what it means. It's just, when we come to you to sign the permit, you're going to sign the permit. The town manager will sign this or that and not, put up roadblocks. It's not requiring the town to expend extra resources.
If we're still on the underlying, or not the underlying, well, I guess it's the most recent amendment. Can you repeat if you scratch out $1, you just include personal value?
It was the personal value of services rendered by the town of Weathersfield and other good and valuable consideration, which I wanted to leave in there, Ms. Pelletier, obviously, to continue the fact that there's consideration in the contract.
And then, to Councilwoman Pelletier's point, could that just be included in item number 3?
You can put it in different places and get to the same results, of course. I was working on a time crunch, and I feel like you guys wanted to get it done. I was actually respecting that, so I was trying my best. But I think it does the same thing in either spot. I don't think it changes it that much, if at all. But you could put it in 3, you could put 5 and 6 at the end, get to the same result. It does seem like, we have gone back and forth on this agreement a few times. The deputy mayor has to have the map put in, and I think that's respectable. Nothing wrong with that at all.
The map was not put in the agreement. It just asked for everyone to be aware of it.
Okay, so for notation's sake, Councilman Forrest, can you repeat your number 5?
Sure. The town of Weathersfield shall bill the grantee for the services rendered, and the grantee shall pay such bill within 60 days. Grantee being the CAA, the person that's requesting us.
So should it just be grantor shall bill the grantee?
You could say that, sure. I mean, that's just replacing one.
And services rendered and grantee shall pay.
Within 60 days.
Within 60 days. Just take a second to think about this as it relates. And this is only services rendered upon signing of the license agreement. This is not retroactive to say that the work that Bonnie has already put in, Corey Christians has put in.
Although I might like it to, it seems like this is not signed until that moment in time, so it would seem like it would be moving forward. And I'm not intending it to move backwards, although I may like it to. I realize this is a bit of a heavy lift at this hour. I'm not trying to make it more complicated than it can be.
Okay. The amendment has been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay? Nay. Chair is in doubt. Roll call.
Counselor Biggs?
Nay.
Counselor Forrest?
Yes.
Counselor Hill?
No.
Counselor Lesser?
Yes.
Counselor O'Connor?
Nay.
Counselor Pelletier?
Nay.
Counselor Pentelo?
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Mazzarella?
Nay.
Mayor Rel?
Nay. Amendment fails. On the underlying license, further discussion? Okay. Now let's go back to the agenda. Yeah, actually, do we have?
Yeah, right here.
Okay.
It will be on the amended one, because we tabled the original.
Right.
That's the difference.
Yep.
I mean, the original one, that's number 5 was tabled.
Right.
Is that still on the table?
No.
No, we voted it down.
So this motion would
Well,
be
we-
on the table.
I mean, the one that was in the packet last week.
So the one that was in the packet last week is the one that got tabled. So if you're going to vote, then you're going to need to, if you're going to vote on taking out number 5, for example, you're going to need to say you vote to authorize the town manager to sign the amended licensing agreement by taking out number 5 with the Connecticut Airport Authority for the Hartford Brainard Airport, blah, 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 blah.
You doing it?
I'll do it.
Okay. Okay, I'll make a motion to authorize the town manager to sign the amended licensing agreement with the Connecticut Airport Authority for the Hartford Brainard Airport Obstruction Removal Project,
Which includes removal.
which includes removal of number 5.
Okay.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Ayes have it, motion carries. Also unfinished from our last meeting, rules and procedures for the town council. This was brought up, Mr. Young had mentioned it. We had changed the way the council meetings were going, and we included a workshop meeting in the beginning of the month and a full council meeting to take action at the second meeting of the month. We discussed last meeting to possibly change that or form a subcommittee of folks to discuss it. If this council is so inclined to continue to have those conversations, I think I think our deputy mayor and minority leader Lesser would have those conversations and see if we could find a solution to how we conduct business on either a workshop day or a council action meeting.
Sure, I'll come to your house, Tom.
Sure.
Just kidding. Sure, thanks, Mayor.
Okay. I don't think we need to act anything on that. The town manager search, we had mentioned last time we had Doug Thomas in to discuss his plans. I think similar to what we have done in the past with both the town manager and the chief of police, we'll utilize SGR to conduct interviews. I know he's already interviewed most of us from the council. We would like to have department heads. I think they've already been interviewed as well. Public input in this, as well as any of the boards and commissions that we have. And that one we discussed, EDIC, CIP. Who else did we have?
That's a different thing.
Oh, that was.
That's AR.
That's AR,
Rescue.
yes. So, various boards and commissions would
Once you get to the finalists.
get to the finalist. Until then, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think when we did a search for the previous town manager, there was a small committee of council members who were part of that, if I'm not mistaken. 2 or 3 from the majority side, 1 or 2 from the minority side. So for the town council, or town manager search, what did I discuss? The three leaders, myself, deputy mayor, and Kenny as well on that one, to talk to Doug Thomas and SGR, vet, and of course with Bonnie's help from the town manager's side, vet some of the applicants that come in, as well as, work with Doug to get that list down. So if you're comfortable.
To narrow the list.
Yeah, narrow the list down. Okay. I don't believe we need to take council action on that. That is simply a subcommittee for the search of the next town manager. Now moving on to council action number 4, extension of the paving contract. I saw our engineer, Derek Greger, come in. If you're ready, this is on general paving and their contract with the town.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Derek Greger. I'm the town engineer. I'm here tonight seeking approval to extend the existing contract we have with General Paving Construction. They have been working here for the town since 2005. They are out of Rocky Hill. This contract was bid in 2005 and 2011. They were the low bidder. Last time it was bid was in 2014. They are currently working under a contract extension to that bid solicitation. The last 3 years, it's been 10% less than their 2014 bid prices. With the last extension, they offered to reduce the pricings from 2014 in order to keep the contract, which council at the time agreed to. In general, they serve as an extension of town staff. They assist physical services and engineering departments. They've been very responsive to us over the years. They're really a critical component of our paving program. They work intermittently with our other contractors that are doing work, so we need them to do work sometimes ahead of, during, and after other contractors are doing work in town, which requires them to be very responsive to us when we need something, we need it done. And they've done a very good job with that over the years. This year they're requesting a 3-year extension again. They have asked to go back to the 2014 bid prices that they had submitted. I noted in the application materials, or that had submitted for the agenda item, that there were some items that they were looking for a small increase on. Reviewing all that, I feel the prices are still very reasonable at 2014. Obviously inflation prices go up in general anyway with COVID. The last couple of years, that has driven up the cost of fuel, construction materials and such. So, in talking with other staff, they were supportive as well of looking for a contract extension. We feel it would be beneficial to the town as far as cost. Obviously, anytime we bid a new contract, we run the risk of a couple of things. One, potentially having higher costs than what we would have seen in 2014, as well as if we get another contractor on board that's not as responsive, we'll create a lot of issues for staff and a lot of issues for residents if contracts, if projects are delayed or we run into issues during them, which hasn't been the problem working with this company. Generally, they constitute about 1/3 of our paving program costs every year for the work that they do. So in summary, I'm just here seeking extension of the contract till December 2024 at an increased value of $2,350,000. That estimate was based on the cost of the work they've done over the last 3 years, what we expect to be doing over the next 3 years with the added cost to going back to their 2014 prices, and then include some contingency as well. So I would be happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
Okay, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Derek, for coming out late at night. I have questions about the items at the bottom in red, 37 through 47. So am I correct in assuming that those functions were not included in the previous contract? Or is there any overlap of charges at the 2014 charges that I get a little confused reading, catch basins with tops and depth of the structures. So could you kind of enlighten me?
Yes, those items you mentioned are new to the contract. What I've typically done with every extension is to try and tighten the contract a little bit in the sense of, in working with them, we find that some of the work they're doing, we're looking to do it a little bit differently, so some of that technical language is in here and how we want to do it, which they've agreed to. Some of those new items are items that we found are needed, and we've found ways to work with them on it, but it would be a lot easier for us to manage the contract if we have these items. So you see how the spreadsheet works. Every time we did another contract extension, we added some items that we felt would be beneficial to have. So some of these are things that we use very rarely but have come up. Other ones are work that we do quite often. I just want to find a better, more efficient way of paying for it and tracking that work, which is why we're looking to add the items. So, this contract was written prior to me being here, so I've utilized the extensions as an opportunity to improve the language and make sure we're all on the same page when we're out there doing the work.
So I can appreciate that. Let me just use item 41 as an example, backfill and lawn restoration behind the curb. So that's been going on for years, I would assume. So are you saying that you just, between you and general, you worked something out where they would charge us, agreed upon price, but was not in the contract?
So what we found is, and recently it came up, maybe if you're looking at Highland Street, we changed curb lines sometimes. We try and narrow the road where we can. So when they originally bid that, it was really to take out some curb and just put back 4 inches of loam and seed, and that's what we've been paying them on. There are a lot of occasions where they're required to dig out or fill in much more beyond that, which turns out to be much more material than they originally bid for. So they had submitted a price for lawn restoration that was higher than I thought it needed to be, but the reason why was because they're trying to account for those situations. So now we'll have two separate prices. The regular lawn restoration stays in. For your traditional along a driveway, put 4 inches of loam and seed down. But in those instances where they do have to actually bring in a foot of fill and then put 4 inches of loam and seed, now we have a unit price we can work with for them that I feel is reasonable for what they're asking for, and that's two different types of work that we've been trying to work out and pay for as one. And how it's worked out is they've taken the hit on it because we pay them at the contract price, but they're saying, we're really doing more work, and I agree. So now I said, let's just make two items. We'll keep the original item as it was, and we'll just add a new item for this particular situation because it comes up more than it used to. Couple reasons. One, we do a lot more reclamation work than we used to, and that requires us to take out the curbing, driveway aprons, so it's more extensive. We do that more lately just because of the condition of the roads, and for cost-benefit analysis, we get longer life out of them. So they, that's one of the examples of what we're using it for.
So when you, from my own understanding, when you reclaim a road, that's when you excavate it down to the base?
Reclamation will be when we take the existing road surface and we grind it up to a 12-inch depth. And then what they do to keep the road surface at the same grade, they have to blade out about 3 or 4 inches of material. So when they put the new pavement, 4 inches of pavement in, we're at the same grade. We're not raising the grade of the road, which creates problems with drainage, creates problems with driveway aprons. So in that work, we do a lot more of that. The other thing we do a lot of is milling and overlay. And on roads that are not that deteriorated, that's a suitable restoration. And in that case, there's very little curb, very little driveway aprons being done. So it really depends on each program. As you know, we have a consultant evaluating our roads now, so we'll be developing a program going forward. I don't know exactly what that is yet, but based on what we've been doing, I have an idea of cost, and that's where this is coming from.
So is there, what I'm looking at, item 2, deep surface repairs, that's not the same as reclaiming, though?
No, deep surface repairs is primarily work done for physical services. That's when we have roads anywhere in town we have a section of 50 by 10 feet that's in really bad shape. Okay. It's not enough to do as part of the paving program, so we'll have them come in and do a repair. So oftentimes physical services between us and them will coordinate on what needs to be done and have them do that work, because it's either work that physical service doesn't have time for, or they don't have the right equipment to do. So they utilize it for that, but that is different than our paving program costs. So
I just wanted to make sure that the hourly rate for a loader and for a dump truck are not contained in another, one of these prices?
No, that's a good point.
It's extra.
So those two items you brought up have come up in the recent couple years. Like I explained, they have to take out some material when they do a reclaim. Historically, that was done by physical services, but in recent years, they found they just don't have time to be there when they need to, so we've had to have general paving do it. I mean, looking at, like, for instance, those items, I've compared them to the current state contract for equipment rental, and they're cheaper in both categories, so I felt it was a reasonable price that they were asking.
Thanks. I have just one more question. I think it's for Bonnie. Is there a requirement where we have to go out to bid after a certain number of years? I fully support the general paving contract and Derek's recommendation to use them, but are we leaving ourselves open to criticism for not rebidding it?
You may be open that a company could say, you know, we want to bid, but I looked at the purchasing policies, and there's nothing that says after 10 years you must, especially when it comes to the road. But like I mentioned in the backup material, and I've told Derek, this has gone on a little long, and no matter how much I love general paving, we need to bid it out the next time and give others a chance.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Derek on this? And did they come to us with the request to go to the 2014 pricing?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know roughly when they came to us with that?
You know, we knew they were ending their contract, so it was probably within the last 4 to 6 weeks it was brought up.
You had a question?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, you took my first question. That's why I sat back. But with what the mayor just spoke about, is there any wiggle room where we can go back and say, can you cut us a little something? Maybe, you know, they've been with us for so long.
I did have a negotiation with them on the new items. Some of the other items, you notice one of the items is staying at the 2014 price for traffic control. We talked about that. I felt what we were paying them now at the 10% reduction was reasonable. They agreed. They were trying to incorporate some other costs that don't need to be in there into that price, so they agreed to that one. I mean, that's one that's a big ticket item every year. So we did have a negotiation to reach a reasonable understanding on where the prices are.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Councilman O'Connor.
Just to piggyback on Councilor Biggs' comments about negotiations. So I think this chart is a little misleading in that, you know, if you look at what we were paying in 2021 and what the proposed price is, they pretty much, every single one went up by about 10% on average. But they're showing no increase because they're comparing to what they offered us in 2014. So in essence, you know, they're basically going up in price, but they're compared to what we were paying in the last year. In every single category, they went up 10%, 10%, 10%, almost across the board, except for where you're showing 30 and 17. And they're trying to say, well, yeah, it's the same price as 2014. Well, you know, I don't care if it's the same price as 2010. What we paid last year was less.
That's true. Yep. The way this is written, the last column is saying what is the change in the price from 2014. So yes, that's correct. They've asked to eliminate the 10% reduction they were willing to do 10 years ago because the climate has changed over the last few years as far as construction.
I mean, I kind of look at that and just from pure negotiation point is, well, you know, you're going up, you know, again, what you charged 10 years ago, you know, a lot of times in certain industries, prices go down, and I don't see why we should be paying 10% increase without even going out to bid across the book on this. I'd say honor your last year's price.
Well, I think the reason why they've requested to go back to their bid pricing from 7 years ago is because of the fact there has been an increase in fuel costs, material costs, labor costs, and they have been working at a reduced price, so they're just asking to go back to prices from 7 years ago. I could say for construction in general, prices from 2014 have gone up. You know, costs of fuel, costs of asphalt, costs of concrete significantly have gone up. So the request is basically to go back to the original bid on the contract.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of look at it as, well, yes, those costs have gone up, but so is, you know, efficiency costs, other things have gone in to help lower costs too over time. So that to me just seems kind of, yeah, it's great if I compare something to something I'm not, from 10 years ago because it makes my pricing look better, but their pricing isn't better. It's a significant increase from last year.
Yep. And
So,
we do have the
that
option to,
almost makes me think, in that regard, are you better off going out to bid? I mean, these guys have been with us for how many years? And we've been pretty good about not going out to bid, and this to me is kind of a slap in the face saying, well, then you should go out to bid.
we can do that. Like with anything, we run the risk of actually paying more and having a less responsive contractor, but that is, an option. I'm here in talking with physical services because they use them as much as we do. The director and assistant director were supportive based on what we see for pricing and what their responsiveness has been. That's an option. It's just that, my concern is knowing what I'm paying for other items on other contracts or other, projects that we do, that we may end up paying more, and then we're going to be stuck with that for the period of that contract. It's just a decision, I'm here asking what your direction is.
Councilwoman Pelletier.
So I want to follow up on that, because I'm more surprised that they had lowered the cost, in 2018 and that, how much it went down. Why were they able to lower the cost when the costs of things tend to rise over time?
I think it's just the amount of work that they know they can do. They're local. They're out of Rocky Hill, but the owner lives in town. He's local here. And, I think, when there was a change in staff, in the way we do the program, they recognize, we do use them a lot. Not just for our paving programs, but just in general, we use them a lot when we have that need to get things done when staff can't get to it or not able to do it. So, I can't speak to why. I just know they must have looked at it and felt at the time they could. I will say, inflation's always there, but in particular the last couple of years with COVID, that has definitely made a difference, which is why I didn't feel it was unreasonable for them to go back to the original bid prices.
Make a comment.
Mr. Deputy Mayor.
I think there's an intangible benefit too when, not only the town likes working with the contractor, but the contractor likes working with the town. You can be in a situation where you bid a job, you get the bid, and it's just an awful job because the town is, or the other party is so difficult to work with, you just never want to work with them again. Or adjust your prices next time around to reflect that. So I think there's some value in, the physical services comments, Derek's comments, and so on about the cooperation between the two parties. I'm also wondering, are we obligated to always take the lowest bid, or can we sometimes?
Only if you can justify why you can't, and you got to put it in writing, and you have to say, because this company has done X, Y, Z, or whatever. Yes, you have to take the lowest bid.
Thank you.
Just follow up on that. It is difficult to put a value on that, a dollar value. The paving programs we do now are very aggressive. We're working hard to spend the money that is put into those funds, which takes a lot of work on staff and a lot of coordination between multiple contractors. So, I mentioned earlier, I do have a concern in going out to bid, which I understand we may need to do now or may need to do at some point, but having a contractor that's been responsive means a lot, and in the long run, it does save dollars in staff time and project costs and interruption to the public, particularly when we're talking about work in the right of way.
Any other questions for Derek? Hearing none. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve a contract extension with General Paving until 2024 with reduced costs for paving as outlined on the attachment.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for staying late, Derek.
Yes. More people staying late. Kathy? Yeah.
Good evening, Kathy Bagley, Director of Parks and Recreation. Tonight I have with me one of the members of the Grants Way Foundation, Lee Stanton, and also the Chairman of the Park and Recreation Board, Dan Silbo. So they're both here also. We're here to talk to you about a project that's been in the works now for almost 6 years, where they came to the Park Board back in 2015 with an idea to look at softball field number 2 in Millwoods Park, which is the softball field that's located directly behind the tennis courts as you drive into the park. So if you're driving in the main road, the tennis courts are there, and then right to the left, back a ways, set in closer to the brook, back that end of the park is where softball field number 2 is. And as you can see, it doesn't have a name. It's softball field number 2. So their idea was to ask if the field could be named in memory of Grant Stanton. And also they had come to the board with an idea about a footbridge in the park that would connect softball field number 2 to, the old name was softball field number 1, which is the lighted softball field next to the skate park, picnic pavilion, lighted Little League field, which is now, has been called Fusco Field for a long time, but any of the old timers still refer to it as softball field number 1. We've finally gotten around to having the opportunity to name a couple of the fields. So that's the location of what we're talking about. And the foundation members had some really good ideas, and I'll let Lee talk a little bit about that. But the park board talked with them, worked with them over these many years, has gone back and forth, kept in touch, because they appreciated and liked the concept back in 2015. They've worked with them up now through 2021. And we still have a ways to go, but we thought we were in a good place where the park board actually wanted to recommend to council to go ahead and name the field in honor of Grant Stanton, and also to continue to give the approval just to move forward with the footbridge project. And I'll let Lee just say a few words about the foundation and what their thoughts were.
Thank you, Kathy. As Kathy mentioned, my name is Lee Stanton. I'm here tonight representing the Grants Way Foundation, named after my son, Grant Stanton, who passed away 8 years ago. We really wanted to do something in memory of Grant, a lifelong resident of town, someone who really felt passionately about Wethersfield, played baseball, played softball in town, was on the adult men's softball board, so very supportive of that. So we started the idea of a foundation and fundraising. And one of our members, Mike Sanzaro, had the idea of a footbridge between Field 1 and Field 2 of the softball fields. We started working with the Park and Rec Board, Dan and prior members, and found that the footbridge is actually a project on the Millwoods Park and Rec long-term plan. So, kind of without knowing that, it was really a win-win of a situation where we had this vision of funding the footbridge at Millwoods Park, which was also on the master plan of the town. So we're here tonight. Kathy did a great job of summarizing kind of where we're at. We've had success in fundraising. I know you have a couple of memos in your packet. We've been working with the Close Jensen and Miller in town, engineering firm, helping us a little bit, found some proposals for turnkey footbridges. We're still several years away on the footbridge completely funding that. However, we really feel like we could gain momentum and leverage in terms of our fundraising efforts and potential grants with the support of the council, the town council at this point in time, as well as the naming of that softball field number 2, Grant Stanton Field. So that's the purpose of us being here tonight. We will continue fundraising. We do a softball tournament, we do golf tournaments, pasta dinners, et cetera. So our fundraising continues. We have a little way to go, but are hopeful we can gain the town council's support of us bringing forward funds to fund this project.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for either Mr. Stanton or Kathy Bagley? Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Sir, sorry for your loss. Deepest condolences. Kathy, so I trust our engineers and everybody involved, but from insurance standpoint, liability on a bridge such as that, if something were to happen, that would fall back on the town, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And don't forget all the different features that are in a park.
Right,
It's
right,
all on
and
the
that's,
town.
I'm just thinking of an unsupervised area tucked away, and that's, yeah, insurance, you know.
Yep.
Mr. Deputy Mayor.
I was, Kathy, I was a little surprised to see that there was already $20,000 allocated in capital.
In the fiscal year of 2018, I believe, that was when we were the park board thought it'd be a good idea to put it in at that time, and we were fortunate to get some money towards it.
I would fully support this program and appreciate all their effort that they've put into raising a substantial amount of money. Unfortunately, at this time, I don't see in the near future where the town would be able to contribute any more capital to the project, at least not in the next couple of years. The list is so extensive, so are we saying that if they come up with the rest of the money, it's a done deal, or are we going to be asked to fill the gap like sometimes happens?
Well, I would say if you asked me today, I would say that we're not looking for any money at this time. The park board looks at all our projects and proposals so that we go through that process every year. So we're trying to, as Lee said, get a little momentum going. And one of the things I didn't mention is we're connecting the two softball fields, but we're actually connecting two sections of the park. So we're going to make a much bigger walking trail in the park. And that happening, there are more grants out there for walking trails than there are for footbridges. So that's kind of what we're going to look at also.
The motion that we have is to accept the proposal for the bridge as well. I don't have a problem with naming the fields, is it a little premature to accept the proposal, or is now the time to do it?
Or is it necessary to accept it so that they could seek grant money for the trail and the bridge is part of the trail?
Yeah.
That's the way I understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I did put pending all appropriate town approvals, because when we get closer, we've got a lot of work to do going through all the approval process.
Sure.
And it does say all funds.
Do you know if that's considered wetlands? I walked down there, that's pretty, pretty deep that they have.
It is, yes. It's a flood zone. I mean, that's
Yeah.
one of the areas, if you ever go into that, well, don't go in the park when we get those horrendous rains, because it is a flood down
You
there.
could go whitewater canoeing on that. The people at Close, Jensen, and Miller feel it's feasible to cross that, you know, for several $100,000, we could get a bridge that would cross that.
That's why we went to them, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I guess my question would be, is that 200,000, does that include the path and the trails that lead to it, or is it just the bridge?
Just the bridge.
Okay.
But we have ideas of scout projects.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, and as Mr. Stanton said, this would help be a impetus to get this going and donations coming in, so, okay. Any other questions? Councilman O'Connor.
Yeah, First, I'd just like to say, I think it's a beautiful tribute to your son. And as someone who's played Weathersfield softball for 20 years, I can tell you, I will always be an advocate to fight for that, because I think it's a great idea. I think Mill Woods needs something like that. It's been on part of a master plan when I was on the council 20 years ago. So it'd be
Still
nice to
playing
see
softball.
something. And it's not very much different than the gazebo that was also a dedication to somebody where a lot of public funding came in to make that happen. And so, I salute your efforts, and I just want to tell you have an advocate here.
Definitely.
I just want to echo those sentiments. I have two sons who play Little League, or one of them played Little League. And I just think that, it is a great tribute to your son. And I think that naming the field will be, it should, spur some momentum for the donations. I love the idea of the bridge and expanding the walking trails there at Mill Woods. I feel like I spend so much time there, with, having my two boys be baseball players, and I think it would be a real asset to the park and to the community. So thank you for the work that you're doing on this, and we all appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I must concur as well. Actually, it was former Mayor Donna Hemmon who brought this to our attention probably 2014, 2015. In fact, I think I played in the inaugural golf tournament. You probably don't remember, I didn't win it. But I must agree as well. I have a daughter that plays soccer on Mill Woods, the big field, and a son that played on lighted field. So for me to get from the soccer field to lighted field to make sure my son was okay when he was getting done, and baseball games were always longer than the soccer games, I would always have to spend more time up there. But it was a long walk, and I always wondered exactly where that footbridge would go. They also play soccer in the outfield of softball field number 2. So I would find myself going over that way, wondering why can't I just connect over to this? So I must concur. It's a great idea to connect the two. Obviously, your heartfelt support behind the committee, and with Dan's support of the committee to rename the field, as well as a great honor and a great tribute to a fine young man who did so much playing in Mill Woods as well as giving back to the town. So it's a great honor to do this in his memory. So do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to name Millwood Softball Field number 2 in memory of Grant Stanton, and accept the project with the Grants Way Foundation of a footbridge in Millwoods Park, pending all funds and the appropriate town approvals are in place.
Discussion? Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Thank you very
Congratulations.
much.
Dan, thank you for your hard work on this. Lee, congratulations. And obviously Kathy, thanks, and please thank the board as well. I believe that is the last of the action items, except for our minutes from November 15th, which we all have a copy of. And if anybody had seen any corrections or changes.
I move acceptance.
Motion's been made to accept the minutes. Second. And seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it.
I abstain, Mayor.
Okay.
I was there.
I apologize. Sue, did you get that? Yes. Okay. Moving on, public comments. Mr. Colantonio. Again, state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, Gus Colantonio, 16 Morrison Avenue. I just wanted to add something that I failed to say anyway. I've been doing a lot of research about Morrison Avenue, and before 1955, again, it was never connected. But if you really look at Morrison Avenue with the 2 pillars from Knott Street, you're coming down, and obviously my lot is 185 feet deep, but yet my house is right on the road. Now, I have to assume that whomever, designed that street years ago, it meant to be just a neighborhood and was never meant to connect to Silas Dean. Matter of fact, in 1955, you did not even have the right-of-way to Silas Dean. It was just to Tifton and then Ireland, whatever it is. So here it is. The way it was designed was never really meant to get so much traffic. But now, the way you guys have done it, not you, but I mean the politicians and everything else, is that we have twice as many cars as Hillcrest Avenue. And yet, it's been 10 years that I've been bringing it up, and I've not got any place at all, and that's sad. Now, obviously, that's the way the politics is going. Local, state, and federal, it's the same thing. And everything, it's a major decision. You guys are always split. That's sickening. I'm sorry, but I think you should get along much better than what you showed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Young?
Good evening, Robert Young, 20 Copper Mill Road. During the discussion tonight, Mr. Forrest made a comment regarding, oh, he's not here. I'll wait till he comes back. The discussions, oh, he's here. The comment Mr. Forrest made tonight was something that caught my ear. Is that he said, I don't know how you can vote without the map. And I'm sitting here and I'm saying to myself, how the heck could we vote on the Kycia farm without the $3,200 appraisal to the public? How could we vote? I mean, he talks about how can anybody vote on something because it doesn't have a map? We were forced to vote on something that the town paid for. That was a $3,200 appraisal, and he didn't stand up one iota for the citizens. Matter of fact, Mr. Lesser didn't stand up either for the citizens, nor did Mayor Rell stand up for the citizens with that $3,200 appraisal. We had to vote on something that you held and didn't share with us to give us a good idea of what we were voting on. Then Mr. Forrest says, regarding a little more of this information, he says, bad contract. Bad contract. Where the heck were you, Mr. Forrest, when they voted on the Standish House contract? You voted for something that, again, the public didn't even see. The public couldn't see. You voted on a 50-year contract that was ugly for the citizens of Wethersfield. Yet tonight you complained about bad contract. Where the hell were you? How about the Kinney Center, when you voted the $100 a year for the Kinney Center for X amount of years and all the expenses that we had to pick up? You didn't care about it back then, but tonight you worried about some bad contract. I don't get it, Mr. Forrest. And they still voted you in. Anyway, I want to talk tonight a little bit about the Kycia farm. First of all, I think these young guys put on a good presentation. Unfortunately, I think they were lacking a lot of information. I also think that the commission that put on this presentation tonight, I question what in the world did they present to the public when they were out on the street holding meetings. You know, I saw, sports stadium. People voted on that. I saw walking trails. I mean, I'm trying to, through my memory. I saw different items that they had on their board, up on the wall, up on the mirror, whatever you want to call that thing. But then I also saw 55, over 55 communities. I saw that too. And I got thinking, for them to put all those items out there and talk about it, what did they have for supporting details for all of those items to the public? Or was it just a warm and fuzzy feeling? Oh, I like sports stadiums. Oh, I like walking in the trails. Oh, I like something else. Was it that kind of a presentation that they may have given the citizens that came to their meetings? I was never at any of their meetings. I didn't even know their meetings were going on. And I never took a survey. But while I'm saying this, I just wonder tonight, watching these young people up here with their great feelings about a farm. How much, we've seen time and time again in this town where citizens use children, use students, to come up here to this podium and talk and sort of like give this warm, fuzzy feeling that we need to have sports stadiums. We need to have lights on these fields. We need to have a farm to buy. Okay? How many times have we seen that? Where children have been pawns of the adults. And it's allowed.
Mr.
It's
Young,
allowed.
you're kind
What
of
do you
close to
mean?
your...
Listen, you get that those people talk for an hour for crying out loud. What do you mean my 5 minutes are up?
I mean, there is a 5-minute, if you wanted to testify on a proposal that was on the agenda, you know...
Well, yeah, that's what, I thought we were able to talk about it. So here's, after they get done with all their warm and fuzzy feelings, I got my warm and fuzzy feelings. And I've presented some of this to you as well in the past, and nor have I ever heard a word of you had any concern in what I said. But there's 32 acres of land sitting on the Kycia farm. Approximately 5 acres is wetlands, leaving 27 acres that I would consider 55 and over community, okay? And I'll be quick. The 55 communities are small homes. They're nice homes. They're selling for nice monies. And because of the nature of them, you put 4, 5 at least on an acre of land. And when you take 5 of those kind of homes on per acre of the 27 good ones that you have up there, you would get 108 houses, okay? You'd get 108 houses, and if you stretched it a little more and put 5 houses on there, you'd get 135. Take the 135, and I presented to you in the past homes that were those kind of houses on Deming Farm Road over in Newington. They sell for $350,000 to $400,000 a piece. They pay taxes of $8,500 to $9,500 a year, and there's no children that come out of those homes. And in many cases, I think in the Deming Farm, they have condo fee to take care of the roads, take care of the garbage, that kind of stuff. So the town makes out financially very well. I gave you another presentation on Old Windmill Crossing and Foxbriar Lane over in Rocky Hill, Connecticut. Rocky Hill, Connecticut, I like the way I said that. And this is across the street from the Gilbert Farm on Elm Street across from St. James Church. That community, again, they sell for, they're 1,900 square foot houses. They sell for $400,000 and up, okay? And they pay property taxes of $9,000 to $10,000 a year. Now, think about it. No children. Those are great deals. If we put something like that on the Kycia farm, 135 houses. You know what? You would generate $1,200,000, rough number, okay? You put that 108 houses on that property, you're going to get $972,000 a year. Tonight in that presentation that we heard, how many dollars was going to come to the town of Weathersfield from any of their suggestions? Their suggestion was having a farmer who's going to pay nothing, and he was going to end up probably costing you because he was probably going to be living on welfare and every other darn thing, okay? And it was going to cost, and we lost the tax money, okay? You've got to do something about this property. And if you're going to do anything about this property, you know what to do? Put finance in your veins. Not socialism like Mr. Forrest does. He puts socialism.
Mr. Young?
He wants
posted
everything
10 minutes.
free.
We gave you a double allotment.
Well, yeah,
in the
I
sense that-
appreciate this. But the fact is, you've got to let citizens get up here and talk. Otherwise, the 5 minutes are just way too small for talking. And you could bring in a nice hunk of money that's in perpetuity. You know what that means? Your farmer's going to work 1 or 2 years and then leave, and now you got to go find another farmer, okay? And you're not going to get anything. You've got to do something with this property. And we owe $2,400,000. Let me tell you, when you look at the appraisal that the town held back from us, okay? And you notice, in Back Lane, they sold
Mr. Young,
15 acres that cost $40,000 an acre.
we
to
have
the developer,
I think you
and
sent the
$33,000
email to
in
us. with
Cromwell, okay?
these properties in there.
$33,000, but we paid $75,000. Thank you for the little extra time, Mayor.
No problem.
But please, consider doing something serious.
Okay. Can I get a motion to go into executive session?
So moved. Second. Give it to Mr. O'Connor.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.